doing the final reading on the pawnbrokers.
Call to meeting the December 1st meeting of the Scarborough Town Council. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilor Alquist.
Here.
Councilor Holbrook.
Here.
Councilor Sullivan.
Here.
Councilor DeAndrea.
Here.
Councilor Rancourt.
Here.
Councilor Wood.
Here.
Council Chair Roy.
Here. Before I open the general public comments section, just remind folks, number one, if you have a cell phone, if you would shut it off because it does interfere with our television videoing of the meetings. So if you just please kindly shut them off. Just to review the general comment section, number one was inserted in an effort to give people who had comments to make about items that may or may not, but mostly may not be on the agenda, as well as to allow the public to make comments about items that are on the agenda. We do allow each person to speak 3 minutes. That we also will allow the people to speak a second time once everybody has had an opportunity. The 30-minute period of time, I can choose to extend. However, I would prefer not to overextend that period of time. I would remind folks that prior to each order, once the clerk has read the order, the public is again free to rise and speak to that specific order. So there is a second opportunity for the public to speak on the items. So there is plenty of public opportunity. For the issue of the Higgins speech, certainly this meeting is just the first reading, and the next meeting, which will be the 15th, will be the public hearing one. So there is, again, another opportunity at the public hearing, as well as a third time when we do the second reading in January. So just be aware of that. When you do get up to speak, if you would please give your name and your address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If the person prior to you has said 1, 2, 3, and 4 of what you have on your list, if you could just say I concur with these items, and please, try to, address items that haven't already been addressed. So with that, general comments. And if those people who are wishing to speak, if you would try to cue yourself behind the first speaker, that would help as far as saving time as well. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Corthell, 1 Wedgwood. I'd like to speak briefly to 2 issues tonight. First, on the rezoning of the Elmwood property from R2 to BOR, I would like to see the main eye center move to Scarborough. I think they'd be a great business for the town. But I have to conclude that it is not appropriate for the council to approve the rezoning of this property from R2 to BOR. This neighborhood is being slowly surrounded by businesses. And knowing more about how things are done in this town, I have full confidence that if this rezoning takes place, then the next step is to zone the 60 acres next to the Elmwood property for large commercial businesses, and the neighborhood would be a small island in the middle of a large commercial area. This is not the only property available and suitable for Main Eye Center. There are commercial properties for sale at a similar price located near major highways that would be suitable and appropriate conduits for Main Eye Center's customers from around the state to patronize their business. This property was zoned R2 for good reason and should stay R2. Keeping this area in R2 zone is the right thing to do, and I hope the council will do the right thing tonight for this neighborhood. Second, Order 10-105 on the agenda does not appear to be before the council in the usual manner. This appears to concern the disposition of town property, but it is not coming before the council as a first reading / schedule a public hearing order. I am curious as to why it is before the council in this fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments? Please cue yourself if you would just, be ready to speak, and that will save us time.
Kevin Hutchins from Portland, Portland native.
I'm here for the parking problems at Higgins Beach. Been using the beach all my life for numerous activities, and I come from the city that everyone says there's no parking. And I live on Richardson Street, which is 3 houses from Lincoln Middle School. My street is 24 feet wide with parking on both sides of the street. And we have school buses, basketball games going by my house just about every day, 9 months of the year. I've measured streets at Higgins, and they run anywhere from 18 to 23 feet. So I'm not sure why they can't park on one side, if not both. Portland's residents let people park for Sea Dogs, Red Claws, Farmers Market, fireworks, deering games, Fitzpatrick games, etc. And it'd be kind of difficult with a 30-minute parking if you wanted to come to those activities. There are sections of Portland where you can't park, Marginal Way, Franklin Arterial, stuff like that, but it is a big city. And I was just at a Thanksgiving dinner on Thursday, and my 85-year-old aunt came up to me and complained about how she can't come to Higgins Beach anymore and pull up in her car and get out and take a little walk. And she was a little upset over that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Lundiers of 26 Fowler Farm Road, Scarborough. I'm presenting an additional batch of signatures to the petition that supports on-street parking at Higgins Beach. These people want to see Higgins Beach on-street parking to be consistent with the other town beaches during the off-season. Those beaches permit on-street parking between September the 15th and May the 1st. We now have approximately 500 signatures, and the number is rising quickly, especially as the public learns about the Higgins Beach Ad Hoc Parking Committee proposed restrictions. There is a lot of anger and total disbelief regarding these proposed changes. Many people cannot understand why the town would want to reduce on-street parking to only 6 spots during the off-season, let alone limiting them to a period of only 30 minutes. Most feel that we need more on-street parking spots, not less. They don't want to see any more erosion of on-street parking spots at Higgins Beach. Thank you very much. Where would you like the petition?
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Wright, and I live at 85 Maple Avenue. And I just want to concur with everything that Ms. Cottrell said about the change in the zoning in the Elmwood Avenue area. I've been in the neighborhood for 43 years. We've been lucky, I guess you could say, that we have maintained the integrity of that neighborhood, and there's a wonderful community feeling to the neighborhood, and to see a business move in there, I have to agree with Ms. Cottrell. That's just opening the door to more business in that 60-acre plot that's on Elmwood Avenue, and to mix business and residential areas is just not okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Furr, 16 Old Colony Lane. I want to echo some of the comments made about the Higgins Beach parking restrictions. I agree with everything that was said prior, and I wanted to add that I moved here about 3.5 years ago. I have 3 young children. Part of our major draw to Scarborough was the fact that there was such great access to the public beaches. And I understand that there's been some special restrictions already taking place at Higgins Beach, and as I'm not sure why there's special treatment being given to Higgins Beach area since it is a public beach. I just went down my street on Monday night collecting signatures for that same petition. I'm not done yet, but every single one of the residents on my street signed it and expressed deep concern of the parking restrictions that are being proposed. Not one person agrees with them and believes that the restrictions should be pulled back to match those with the rest of the town beaches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Keller, Sandy Point Road here in Scarborough. I also would like to speak about preserving our historical on-street parking at Higgins Beach. I'm going to echo some of what both of those gentlemen just said. But one of the main reasons that so many of us live in Scarborough and why so many people come to Scarborough is because of the convenient access to its fantastic beaches. It's certainly the reason I moved here with my family, especially Higgins. This has been true for decades. Now, there's virtually no fact-based reason for changing the on-street parking now. There's no factual safety concerns, and based on the ever-growing numbers of the pro-parking petition and the Facebook page, the greater Scarborough beach-going public and the greater beach-going public of the greater Portland area does not support any change that will further diminish our parking on-street. And these numbers are just the tip of the iceberg. With the rebuilding of the seawall, the town and subsequently the taxpayers paid for, we have lost a large percentage of the on-street parking already. Additionally, with the construction of the sidewalk, all emergency vehicle access issues were also taken care of. Scarborough has identified Higgins Beach as one of its most important assets, and as such, the on-street parking should remain the same or be increased in order to allow for Scarborough and all of Maine's desire to access it and bring business to Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mo Erickson, and I live at 288 Pine Point Road. And after hearing about a few issues coming before the town council, I have to ask, why is the council once again ignoring pleas and requests from the townspeople? It seems that the council has their own agenda and once again has made up their mind despite voiced pleas and opposition. I must wonder what the mission of the town council really is. Is it to serve the people here or to serve the members themselves? Why would you impose a strict parking ban at Higgins Beach? Pine Point and Prouts Neck, nobody else has this ban. Limiting parking at Higgins only benefits a handful of people, the property owners. This ban prohibits people from using a public beach, effectively making it private. Who will enforce the parking? Will an officer be there handing out tickets all day? I've been told that the town doesn't have the resources to ticket horse owners who don't pick up after their horses on the beach in Pine Point. So I have an idea. Why not raise the taxes only for Higgins Beach property owners so they can pay for an officer to enforce a needless and useless law? And I understand that the council may be deeding public land to a private business once again. Why would the town give land to the Higgins Beach Inn for parking? Who benefits from that deal? Not the majority. Once again, only a few people. That reminds me of a time when the council gave away oceanfront property to 2 hotel owners, despite pleas from many, many people to not give away public property. And that was oceanfront beach access property nonetheless. That land giveaway reminds me of what's in the works now in the Green Acres area. All I can say is good luck, because this is coincidentally the same council that had deaf ears towards the majority of people who vehemently opposed Pine Point land giveaway. But the council still voted on their own agenda. Why would the council rezone an area a residential area went down the road a piece on either side of Route 1, north or south? There must be a vacant professional building that would be suitable for the Maine Eye Care Center. Surely the council could persuade the Maine Eye Care that building in a residential neighborhood would not sit well with the majority of people in Scarborough. Maybe we could rezone Long Meadow Road or Mitchell Hill Road. It only takes one building to get it started, to go from a neighborhood to a business area. Doesn't Scarborough have enough existing business areas, or do we need to start ruining another neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, I would remind folks that the council has taken no action nor had any discussion on either of the 2 items that have been presented thus far. So no decision has been made by the council at this point. We are looking for positive input and that will help us to make our decision. So, again, we have not discussed it at this point.
Hi, Suzanne Foley Ferguson. I'm here for myself, but I'm also here for my husband. I'm going to pass you a letter that he read, but I'm not going to read the letter. I'm just going to say that his focus is that our lawmakers recognize that we pay taxes for and are the stewards of special places that are shared with people across Scarborough and the region and the country and even around the world. For instance, Cape has twice turned down the fee at Fort Williams, and we can go enjoy Fort Williams for free and park there. We are a country steeped in the idea of individual freedom, and the price of the freedom is tolerance. And what he's feeling, my husband, is that all of us have to put up with the tourist season. All of us have to put up with the traffic, and those beach owners we need to have the same, if not more tolerance for those. So that's his comment.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Matthew Toohey, and I live on Gorham Road right here in Scarborough, and I just wanted to speak a little bit to the issue of parking down at Higgins Beach. I've had the opportunity to live in the town and appreciate all the council's hard work on all the issues, and I think the town has some great resources. I myself have voted in favor of several different bond packages to promote access to some of the resources in the town, on the farms down on Broad Turn, different things like that. And all of those seem geared toward increasing access. And I think the town's people in Scarborough have been pretty generous approving the bonds, allowing the town to purchase old family farms so that we could have open space and places for people who live here, people who don't live here, to enjoy some of the great resources that the town has. And I think that Higgins Beach is a perfect example of a resource that the people in the town, the people from away from the town, should be able to enjoy, and that we need to look at ways to add parking down there versus restricting it. Also, I am a commercial shellfish harvester in the town of Scarborough, and I believe it's Acorn Lane where they're thinking about adding some, restricting the parking there. And as a commercial shellfisher, there's an area of flats down there called Rubens Creek. It's the only place, if you're a commercial shellfish digger, you can park and access. And we've already lost the Carson Wildlife Refuge for accessing flats and can't even get down there anymore unless you get permission from a private resident to park in their driveway and then hike through the woods to get down to some of the flats. So this is not just about recreation. I think as a one-time fishing community, it's important to have places where people that need access can still have that access. And the proposal here would basically eliminate another point of getting down to the flats to be able to harvest clams for shellfish harvesters in the town of Scarborough. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
My name is Peter Interland. I'm from Yarmouth. I want to thank the town councilors and tonight's attendees for the opportunity to speak. I'm also in agreement with many of the speakers who presented tonight about Higgins Beach. Higgins Beach is a very special place to me. I'm a Maine homeowner. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a business person, and I'm a surfer who's enjoyed Scarborough beaches year-round since 1993. I'm also a husband, a father, and in 2 weeks, I'll be a grandfather. And in many respects, I'm a typical Higgins Beach user. And I want my grandson to have the same chance to experience Higgins Beach that I have. Yeah, I really believe that he'll fall in love with the beach and the community the way that I have. And I respectfully ask for you each to consider all Maine residents who love Higgins Beach or will love Higgins Beach, and when you're making your decision. It's my sincere hope that you will vote to preserve the current standard of public access, the historical access to Higgins Beach. Thank you.
Peter, could you repeat your last name, please?
It's Interland, Interland.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Chris Taylor, and I live at 5 Marcia Street. I am also here to speak about Higgins Beach, and I'm not a surfer. I am a father of 3 kids, and I'm really, really glad this has come to the fore. This is something I've been wanting to write about, talk about, whatever, for years, and I've been too lazy to do it, so I'm very grateful this has become a public issue. And the reason I've been so frustrated for the 5-6 years I've lived here is going down on a beautiful day in May, actually I think it might be late April, with my children after the snow is melted and say, let's go to the beach, and I park and I see the sign, and I'd have to be afraid that I might get towed, that I can't legally park there, even though, it's 38 degrees outside, and the most likely summer vacationer is probably 3 months away, or at least 2 months away. It's always frustrated me, so I'm so glad this has come to everyone's attention. I don't get it. I'm thinking it's April 1st. I'm thinking it's April 1st. I think I got that right, which is incredible to me. So that's, again, I can't express my how happy I am this has come up. So I do feel like when you extend it to be at least May 1st, I mean, let's face it, it should be June 1st. The earliest residents, and we're talking about schools getting out around the country, I mean, any of us can kind of do our own little informal evaluation of it. It doesn't get crowded down there until, end of June. And then pushing it back on the other end, back to September, because that has, I've never understood that over the years, being there in, in April, and there's no crowds except for local people, and you can't park there. So I certainly am advocating for more parking and for extending the hours around the year. And so it sounds like a lot of people have support for that, and so I'm concurring with that. I'm glad it came up so that we can go in a more positive direction, that of expanding parking, maybe, looking at that. So I feel like this has come up as an issue to say, well, you need to start, closing down parking. But to me, perfect opportunity to say, you know what, let's actually not do that. Let's expand parking, and let's expand the year where you can park down there. And I understand if I was a resident down there, it might not be the greatest thing, but, that's the price you pay for being on a public beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Davis. I live at 4 Apple Tree Drive, Scarborough. And I also oppose the restrictions on the Higgins Beach parking situation. But I want to talk more about the Green Acres parcel of land. I'm also in opposition of rezoning that. I agree with the first speaker, I think, who listed that, said that she thought that any encroachment on the neighborhood would mean further encroachment, and I think I've seen it already. And I haven't lived in the neighborhood that long. It's only been about 6 years, but I've seen the hospice center come, and a rezoning of things happened to get the hospice center in there, and that went in off of Honeywell Ave. And then there was a talk of rezoning for the 68-acre parcel that sits on Elmwood. That was just last year or 2 years ago. And so I feel like I've been up at this podium a bunch, and I'm just trying to protect this neighborhood, which is a wonderful and very old neighborhood. And it abuts woods that go down to the Nonsuch River, and it's a really nice neighborhood, tons of kids. So these are my concerns. I think, opening it up to commercial interest will lead to further commercial interest. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about the Route 1 merge with the connector. Anyone that comes off of Route 1 heading south, trying to get over to I guess it's First Street, that brings you to Green Acres. That's a really dangerous merge, and a lot of people will be doing that if there's a business there. I'm surprised there aren't accidents there already. I'm concerned about the visual barrier to the connector. The connector's pretty busy, and the neighborhood is protected from that a little bit by this patch of woods. I'm concerned about the fact that it acts as a buffer to noise. It's a really important buffer to noise, and people living in the neighborhood will really hear the connector a lot more if those trees are gone. I'm worried about the character of the neighborhood. I think that more cars driving around mean fewer kids running around the street, and kids running around the street is a great thing. And we have kids. A lot of the people here, I recognize them. Their kids are in the roads, and it's nice. I think that traffic coming in will lead to more traffic going through the neighborhood as well. People going out to Payne Road will not go back out to Route 1. They will go down Elmwood and out to Maple and through, and it's already pretty busy as a cut through. And I guess that's some of my concerns. I'm also concerned about nature and cutting down more trees and impacting that area more. When I first moved in, I'd see deer in my property and foxes and other things, and I haven't seen that in a few years. And I just think there are businesses moving in and shrinking that area in general all around. I hear the postal distribution center really easily from my house because there aren't buffer trees between my house and that place now. And I plead with you to really, really think twice before you rezone that parcel of land. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Oops.
Talk about heavy
I know, we
traffic.
need
There he
traffic
is.
signals.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Peter Slavinsky, 3 Ironclad Road in Scarborough. I just very quickly want to speak in relation to the Higgins Beach parking issue. I concur with a lot of the statements that have already been said by folks in front of me. I just do want to point out that Higgins Beach, although it's publicly and privately owned, enjoys historic public access, and it's identified in the town's comprehensive plan as a vital resource for both private citizens and also the greater public of Scarborough and also the greater Portland area in terms of public access. The comprehensive management plan and Higgins Beach management plans in the past have identified issues in the past about parking issues at Higgins Beach. This is not a new issue that we're dealing with. And the one point I'd like to make is that although the beach is both privately and publicly owned, the roads are publicly owned and maintained by Scarborough taxpayer dollars. They're not privately funded. And also, I see that the initial recommendation from the ad hoc committee to limit on-street parking on a year-round basis is short-sighted. And in the overall long-term planning efforts for the town, and the greater area, we should be thinking about how is Scarborough going to be reacting to increases in population within Scarborough, and thus an increase in public access to publicly used resources within the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Fisher, and I live at 58 Maple Avenue with my wife Lee and daughters Celeste and Chloe. I have two issues that I'd like to bring up. One I learned about as I was walking out the door coming down, and that is I'm not a surfer, but I'm married to one, and she did inform me how outraged we are about the on-street parking, and I've got some added signatures that I'll present. What I'm a little more prepared to talk about is Ms. Roy asked for some positive input on helping you make your decision, and I'd like to offer some positive input on the Elmwood rezoning, and I hope that you've all driven through the neighborhood and are familiar with the neighborhood that you're talking about affecting. I married into Scarborough. My wife grew up here. We met while I was in the Navy, and when we transferred, I've been in 23 years. When we transferred to the Reserve Navy about 9 years ago, there was no question in our mind where we were going to move. We live here within a mile of mother and both sisters of my wife, which might be a little close, but it's nice to be near family. I work up at Bath Iron Works, so I drive an hour and a half round trip every day happily to be able to live in the neighborhood that we're in. The neighborhood we are in is the kind of neighborhood that you're not going to find many places. It's one of a kind. You can trick or treat with the kids for hours without having to cross a major road or worry about traffic long after their energies run out. And I'm not saying I do this, but you could ride your ATV maybe up a block or so and find your way into some wonderful woods where you can tool around and see nature with kids, and they can learn to appreciate that right inside the Scarborough city limits. It's amazing, and I would also say in 2003 I got mobilized for Operation Iraqi Freedom. Came home to a 50-foot banner hung by neighbors and friends that said, "Welcome back, Lieutenant Fisher from Iraq." That's the kind of neighborhood that you're making a decision on how to affect with the rezoning. And you don't, I've moved around a lot with the military, and you don't find these kind of neighborhoods around much anymore. So in my mind, our neighborhood is a Scarborough treasure. I'll admit I don't know a whole lot about town politics and what town councilors have to do on a daily basis. I do know we've been here long enough. We saw you've had to weigh, I believe, in on the great American neighborhood and whether or not to build it. I want to make sure that you all know that you've got a great American neighborhood right now, and it's within your power to preserve that, and I hope you do.
Thank you, Chris. Other public comments? We will go 5 more minutes. That'll bring us to 40 minutes, and then we'll continue with the business of the town.
Good evening. My name's Dave Green. I live at 135 Beach Ridge Road. I'd like to speak to you a little bit about 20 Elmwood Avenue, which I'm sure there's a whole lot of people here for. Some of the things that become quite obvious to me where I don't live down there is that we have 2 choices here. You as the councilors can look at rezoning this, which personally I think is the best thing for this town. Or the unfortunate part of this is, and I keep hearing about all the trees that make the nice buffer down there, those trees are going to get cut because that land is going to get developed. Like it or not, you don't own it, and it's up for sale. So what do we want to live with as a town? And I don't have all the numbers, perhaps some of you do, maybe Councilor Wood would, for how many houses can go in there, whether they be multiplexes under the density bonus and all that comes in. How many families are going to move into that 6-acre parcel? The trees are going to get cut, and it's gone. Now, if the people down around there on Elmwood want to buy it, certainly get together and go buy it from the state. But you can't stop development, okay? Nobody likes to hear it, but you can't stop it. The town doesn't have the authority to tell you you can't sell your house any more than they can tell the state they can't sell it. Private property, and the state owns it, and it's up for sale. So we have to decide, the council has to decide, and I'm glad I'm not on there trying to make this decision, because it's not an easy decision. And I will tell you, my own personal view is, I live on the other end of town. I live in the RF zone. I would not like to have a commercial piece be rezoned on the 30-acre parcel behind me. I wouldn't like that either. But I also look at it as a taxpayer in the town. Do I want 20 more kids at $8,000 per child entering into the school because in 4 months we're all going to be down here squawking about the school budget again? We can't afford it, all right? So I look at the best use for the property, and unfortunately, dollars and cents wise, Maine IKEA is the best bet for your dollar. The property's going to get developed, like it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments before we proceed? Okay, we'll close the public comments. Item 5 are the minutes of the November 3rd and the November 17th regular meetings.
Move approval of both items.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any errors, corrections, or omissions? I have a few just typographical. On page 2, on the November 3rd, under Order 1078, identifies Chris Uzi, and he lives at 13 Sunset, not 16. And Ed Farrar lives at 2 Second Avenue, and further on in that sentence, would like to know, K-N-O-W. So just typographical. And then on page 4, order number 1090, the appointments, to appoint Eleanor, and it says C-U-C-C-A, and that is C-U-C-C-O, Eleanor Kuko. And further down on that page, on the space and bulk regulations, on the minimum side and rear yards, it's just grammar. It says, the second sentence, a residential district, in which case there shall be a minimum. Currently, it says it, they.
I'll second those amendments to the minutes. Same mistakes I found. Well done, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other errors or corrections? Hearing none, all those in favor of the minutes? Thank you. Adjustments to the agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I would, I have an adjustment to the agenda. A letter signed, hopefully to be signed by each member of the Town Council to the Public Utilities Commission regarding the AMI project in the town of Scarborough. And I'd like to suggest that it be submitted after order number 10102 and be labeled order number 10-108 and to be read by Councilor DeAndrea.
There is second to that adjustment? Second. All those in favor of adjusting it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other adjustments to the agenda? Items to be signed, the treasurer's warrants have been signed. Are we ready?
Yeah, ready.
Order number 10-91 is a 7 p.m. public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 405, the Scarborough zoning ordinance, Section 20, subsection D, space and bulk regulations.
This order, as we looked at the issue of the BOR in the Green Acres area, I believe it was Councilor Rancourt came forward with the suggestion. We looked at it because we wanted to look at other BOR zones in the town, and as we looked at it, we were concerned. For example, the BOR across the street from the Green Acres abuts the mobile, not mobile home, oh, Teresa DeFossa will kill me. The
Modular or
the
something
modular
like that.
home.
I don't know what it is. Manufactured.
Manufactured homes, that should the main medical center decide to build a building to the rear of the major building that they had, we didn't want to see a building there, just like if we were talking about the Green Acres area, we didn't want to see a building there that was greater than 2 stories, that would overshadow the modular homes. And so this is why this order came forward, just, as we looked at considering the BOR in the Green Acres, we had to look at what was already in existence and whether or not there were some things that could be corrected. And Councilor Rancourt made the suggestion of adjusting the space and bulk relative to the stories, so that it reads, except that any portion of a building located within 150 feet of a residential district shall be limited to 35 feet in height. And so this order is an effort to protect the people who exist already close to a BOR in a residential manner. So that's how this order came to the table. So could I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll move approval of order number 10-91.
Second.
Oh, it's public hearing.
Oh, it's a public hearing.
I'm sorry,
So we
I'm
just have
sorry.
to open the hearing, yeah.
I apologize. It's going to be a long night. Okay, so I'll open the public hearing on this proposed amendment to the Chapter 405, Space and Bulk Regulations for BOR.
Hi, Carrie
Ms.
Corthell,
Corthell.
1 Wedgwood Street. While I don't support the rezoning of the Elmwood property, I do believe that the change to the height regulations for the BOR zone in the order are appropriate, and I truly appreciate the consideration that it gives to existing and future BOR sites that abut a residential zone. And I thank the council for their consideration of this.
Thank you. Other public comment? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Could I have a motion, please?
I'll move approval of order number 10-91.
Second?
Discussion. Ms. Council Rancourt.
I had a question probably for the manager or maybe Mr. Bacon, I'm not sure. With the language, except that any portion of a building, does that mean the building could be multiple heights and only the section that's within 150 feet? So we're not limiting the whole building to 2 stories?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'd like to offer a motion then, to change that any building located within 150 feet of a residential district shall be limited to 35 feet in height.
Do I hear a second
I'll
to that
second.
amendment?
I'll second it, too.
Discussion on the amendment to the motion. Councilor Wood.
Just for clarification, so through the chair, Councilor Rancourt, you're suggesting under maximum building height that the present language in black and red be stricken and replaced by your amendment?
Not all of it, just that, in other words, I'd still leave 6 stories or 75 feet, whichever is less, except that any building located within 150 feet of a residential district. So I would be striking any portion of A. The rest would remain.
So,
Okay, my
So-
premise is the
Yeah, help me
whole
out.
building would only be able to be 2 stories if it's within 150 feet of a residential neighborhood. You wouldn't be able to go 151 feet and have it go 6 stories. In other words, you could have a little bit like this, and then it could go like that.
how's that again?
That's it, Ron. That's my diagram.
Councilor Wood?
Thank you. My only concern is this, that then does that remove the possibility for a building to be constructed where a portion of it might be 2 stories, and then as it moves back to exceeding 150 feet from the R district, then can move up in further height?
What my thinking is that it would have to, the whole building would have to be more than 150 feet if it's going to be, in any portion of it is going to be higher than the 2 stories.
If I might ask Dan Bacon if you could come up and enlighten us if there would be any major obstacles with that potential.
Well, I think the analysis that's been discussed is the correct one, where when this was drafted on behalf of Councilor Rancourt and the Comprehensive Plan Committee, the thinking was that if a building's wholly within 150 feet of a residential zone, it needs to be 35 feet or less, or if a portion of the building is within 150 feet, that portion would need to be limited to 35 feet. But the portion of a building further away than 150 feet could rise to the normal zone height. So by making that amendment, there certainly would limit larger buildings that may lie partially within the 150 and partially without, outside of it. So
Thank you.
Councilor Holbert first, and then Councilor Wood.
I understand what you're trying to do. I'm just questioning if instead of having it there, because there are rules for minimum side and rear yards, which is, if it abuts a residential district, then the minimum is 50. If we change that to the 150, the 6 stories would have to be 150 feet back anyway.
Correct. Council Wood.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned only because it would limit a potential applicant's ability to cite certain types of buildings, if you will. And I'm not sure that it would really end up giving us the same, an improvement over the effect that the language in front of us already protects us from. You know, I don't have any particular piece of property in mind, I honestly don't. I'm just thinking that, you know, it's usually in our best interest when an applicant comes to the planning board to be given as many options as to where to site their building for reasons of whether it be for providing buffer or putting parking at the rear or landscape improvements, stormwater, et cetera, or protecting wetlands. So I'm a little hesitant on agreeing with this amendment, although I appreciate the intent behind it.
So, could I just ask Dan again? The BOR that currently exists has 2 areas, does it not? If you could just perhaps put that up so that we know the areas that would be potentially affected by this change.
The BOR is zoned along Route 1 and also along the eastern side of the connector from the Hillcrest, Green Acres intersection with Route 1 all the way up to the town's boundary with South Portland. It gets quite narrow up close to the Nonsuch River and to the north where there are, to the west, there's a residential neighborhood. And then to the east, there's the industrial zone. So the 2 areas that come to mind under the current BOR zoning that abut residential districts are the one that Madam Chair mentioned, the Hillcrest Retirement Community behind the main medical center campus, and then the neighborhood in the vicinity of the Volvo dealership along Route 1. So those are the 2 areas under the current zoning that would be impacted by adjustments to required setbacks, building height limitations, etc.
Councilor Alquist?
To Council Rancourt, did the ordinance committee talk about this, your
I'm
amendment?
not on the ordinance committee, so I don't know that.
Your proposed amendment, did it?
No. I don't know.
CPIC, did CPIC? Certainly
CPIC did.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
And they have no heartburn with her amendment?
I don't think they talked about my amendment, Ron, at all.
Okay.
They talked about the order that we're dealing with
Yeah,
without
okay.
the
But
proposed
I was just
amendment.
curious, you know, what we have them and what their opinion on this thing would be, and whether, you know, you would think it would go back to them for review. I'm just asking that, Carol, what you
Yep.
think about that?
I'm flexible either way.
Well, I just feel more comfortable if it would go back to them and they would review it. They're the ones that had the jurisdiction over this, and go ahead, Mike. Tell me where that
Councilor
doesn't
Wood.
work.
Thank you. Well, I feel some energy to remind the council that what you have before you is the product of a exhaustive debate, the CPIC level, and that's why it's made its way in front of you right now. And again, it came from, as the chair announced earlier, it came from discussions here from Councilor Rancourt and others of their sensitivity of a 6-story building potentially overshadowing a residential neighborhood. And hence, what you have before you is, I believe, an effective method to minimize that impact by providing a 150-foot buffer whereby a building, whether it be singular or a part of a larger building, wouldn't exceed 35 feet in height. So needless to say, I'm pretty comfortable with what's in front of you. And I would hope that we could pass it tonight.
Councilor Rancourt?
Yeah, fellow councilors, I'm willing to withdraw my amendment and pass in favor of this evening and bring this issue for further look at either the ordinance or the CPIC, for them to review a possible amendment in the future.
Is the second
makes
willing to withdraw?
Sure.
That makes sense.
Further discussion on the order as originally presented. All those in favor? Thank you.
Order number 10-99 is a 7 PM public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 1017 of the Town of Scarborough Pawnbroker Ordinance concerning reporting requirements for purchase and sales of used goods.
Karen, Councilor Dander, would you like to introduce?
Certainly. Boy, after a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears, this originally came about as we were working through the pawnbroker ordinance. Was it this time last year? I know we worked it over for several months at least. And during those discussions, this issue of used property and the sale of used goods came up in those discussions. It was thought that we should probably go ahead and pass the pawnbrokers ordinance and then work on the secondhand dealer portion as its own separate ordinance, thinking that we had other secondhand dealers in town. We talked about it pretty exhaustively. It was sent out at one point to the police department to work with business owners. It came back from that meeting. It still, in my mind, had some issues to it. I think we tried to work out some more questions around how places like Cliffs and the new flea market might work. And I think eventually we ended up deciding that it would be best suited back in the pawnbrokers ordinance where it was probably should have been in the first place. I think I covered it all. It was a lot of ground. We've been working on it for a long time.
Good memory.
Thank you. Okay, I will open the public hearing on order number 10-99. Mr. Bennett.
Good evening. Tom Bennett, 18 Chamberlain Road. I own the pawn shop, Coastal Trading and Gifts, Coastal Pawn. Yeah, it went back and forth, and luckily it was pushed off, and the pawnbrokers ordinance did go through. Now, this has been going on for months, but it's under the pawnbrokers ordinance, and so now there's 2 more pages added to that, which in essence doesn't really bother me because I take everybody's ID anyway. But now we have 40 or 50 used dealers that aren't regulated by anything. They don't have to, every day there's somebody advertising on Craigslist saying that they're going to buy gold. Down there at the new flea market, there's somebody that's buying gold and silver. They're not regulated by it in any way, shape, or form. So, in essence, it just made more, there's more pages to the pawnbroker license ordinance, which none of them fall under because they're not making loans. So, I mean, the issue has come, like full circle, but yet nothing's been done because Cliffs can still buy gold and silver. Like I say, down at that flea market, and there's people all up and down the road that you can walk in there and it says, we buy gold. So my competition, but they're not held by the same standards that I am, which doesn't really make any sense because the police department can come into my store at any time and request my records, which I've freely done for them several times over the past months. But nobody's going to go to the flea market. That guy doesn't got to keep records. So there's nothing regulating these other people. So me being a pawnbroker and trading in gifts, I don't have a problem with following the laws or the ordinance, but there's nothing in place to hold any of these other people to task. So I mean, it went into the pawnbroker, but it was already addressed in the pawnbroker, and it's already addressed by the state. So it was just added paperwork into that ordinance because it's resolved nothing for any of the other secondhand businesses in the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Can I have a motion, please?
Move approval order number 1099.
Second?
Discussion. Councilor DeAndrea.
Right, the one thing that I did sort of forget to add to this was, and I think Mr. Bennett did mention it briefly, is that there is a state statute that applies to secondhand dealers, and the secondhand dealers in town would have to comply with that state statute. The only additional, I think there's just a couple of very small additions to this particular portion of the pawnbroker ordinance, and that is, I believe the additions were over the what the state statute calls for, and that's the address and date of birth, I think, were the only two extra additions. So just to address that particular concern. Thank you.
Councilor Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to move this along. As Councilor DeAndrea noted, it's been in front of us in one way, shape, or form. And to Mr. Bennett's comment about my competition, I believe that we're really not talking about a competitive enterprise here. You're a pawnbroker, and I think you're the only pawnbroker enjoying a bit of maybe a small period of time, maybe a large period of time by being the only pawnbroker in town, and good for you. And you've worked hard to get this town to recognize the need to create an ordinance and provide licensing, and I believe that the added services a pawnbroker can offer over a secondhand dealer should put you in good light. So I'm pleased to move approval of this, or when we call for a vote, I will favor order number 1099.
I think one other thing, as we looked at the secondhand dealers and the state license that was also of note, is that certainly they would have to follow those state regulations. The only drawback for the Scarborough Police Department was that they would have to, it would have to be prosecuted by the district attorney's office, which many times is slow to prosecute, and that was the only concern. But other than that, the state statute covers the secondhand dealership quite nicely, and it would be reinventing the wheel if we included it at this time. We might in the future. I mean, again, no ordinance is written in stone, so there's always opportunity to amend ordinances at any time should the need arise. So, other comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor? Thank you.
Order number 10-100 is a 7 p.m. public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 301, the Town of Scarborough Administrative Code, Article 22, to modify Section 2203, the duties of the Parks and Conservation Land Board.
Yeah, very briefly, this is an ordinance that will expand the duties of the Parks and Conservation Land Board, who was originally created to evaluate property for purchase. The council has, just last month, adopted a policy that imposes a process related to disposition of property, and it made perfect sense to include this as a duty of that same board. We might as well get their recommendations before we sell property, as though just the same as when you buy it. So that's what this simple resolution does, or ordinance.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Public comment. Hearing no public comment, I will close the public hearing. Could I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion, we approve order number 10-100.
Second.
Comments? Questions? Hearing none, all those in favor? Getting close, guys.
Order number 10-102 is a 7 p.m. public hearing and action on the new request for a food handler's license from Walker Time Entertainment, Inc., doing business as a Big 20 Bowling Center located at 382 West Street 1.
And this is a standard food handler's license. This enterprise has been doing business with Big 20, and and this is a new request for this license to operate out of the Big 20 Bowling Center, who, by the way, just celebrated on November 27th their 60th anniversary as a business here in Scarborough. So, I will open the public hearing on Order 10102. Any comments? Hearing no comments, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Move approval?
Second.
Comments?
Congratulations.
I once bowled a 140 single string.
I can't remember my scores.
I was going to say, you were there for the opening, weren't you?
I was there for the
opening remarks. As I was told.
He does that to me all the time. Actually, I
have a
wasn't,
flat
because
tire when
I
you
didn't
leave
move
here.
to Scarborough till 2 years after that, so. His day will come. So, okay, hearing no other comments, all those in favor? Thank you.
Order number 10108 is act on the request to send a letter to the Maine Public Utilities Commission regarding the smart meter complaints that were filed by Scarborough residents. This letter will be signed by the council.
Councilor DeAndrea, would you like to read the letter?
Absolutely. This letter is dated December 1st, 2010, to the Maine Public Utilities Commission, referencing advanced metering infrastructure, docket number 2010-345 and docket number 2010-346. Dear Public Utilities Commissioners, the Town Council of the Town of Scarborough is aware that 2 complaints are pending before the Public Utilities Commission and would like to add our strong support for reopening the AMI approval process at the state level and for stopping any new installations of AMI equipment until that process is complete. Although we recognize the positive aspects of AMI, we remain interested in learning more, especially after Monday's successful public forum where citizens from nearly a dozen communities were able to voice concerns about health impacts and the lack of choice. We appreciate the information that CMP provided on the AMI program, and we look forward to the next forum as an opportunity to learn even more about the issues of fire safety and privacy cybersecurity. We are also aware that there is an active and ongoing debate worldwide over health, safety, security, and privacy impacts regarding the wireless portion of this technology. Since these concerns have led numerous countries, states, counties, and communities to slow, halt, require safer alternatives, or an opt-out provision for wireless smart meter programs, we feel Scarborough residents should have a choice about whether a wireless smart meter is installed on their home. Therefore, we respectfully request that the Maine Public Utilities Commission strongly consider opening a case for each of the pending complaints so that consumers can be assured of safety and appropriateness of the AMI technology. Additionally, we urge the Commission to require CMP before installing smart meters in Scarborough to provide an opt-out provision for residents who choose not to have a wireless meter on their home. Whereas councilors have adopted a resolution asking CMP to hold off on smart meter installation for 90 days, and whereas CMP has indicated a lack of commitment to honor that resolution and plans to install wireless smart meters in Scarborough at the end of this month, we feel it is important to have an opt-out provision in place before installation begins. Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to your response.
I would suggest that the reading of that letter to Maine Public Utilities Commission be in the form of a motion.
Second. Comments? Councilor Wood?
Just real quick, I attended Monday night's forum. I'm not sure how many out there may have, but it's likely many of you did because it was quite well attended. And not only were there many from several communities who I was glad to see took part and participated in Scarborough's initiative to provide an opportunity to be heard, but also I think there was one individual from New York and another one from Tucson came out. So this is not a local issue. this is a worldwide issue, and certainly little old, town of Scarborough here in the Northeast got the attention of quite a few people, and continues to get the attention of quite a few people. And it's not because we're looking for attention, but it's because this subject is very important. And I was very impressed, if you will, by the testimony by many there, and came away convinced that although, insofar as I know, I'm not affected by this wireless technology or any wireless technology, I'm convinced that many are, many more than I would have otherwise thought. And it's the duty of this council and government in general to, above all else, protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. And this is yet another step in follow-up to our early initiative a couple weeks ago in a resolution to CMP. This is the follow-up and appropriate step, in my view, after the forum, and to remind the PUC of how interested and serious we are that this get all the attention that is due. And I fully support this letter to the PUC, and I thank you for the council and Madam Chair for allowing us to introduce it at the late hour that we did today.
Thank you. And for those of you who didn't attend, there is information available, and perhaps we could maybe post a couple of email sites if people are interested in learning more about the smart meters. It has to do with the emission of radio frequency and the effect on some people, and some people have electromagnetism and are very sensitive to various emissions of radio frequency. And so, although there's no proven scientific evidence that it's an absolute, there's certainly a lot of evidence out there that some people are highly sensitive. So, and I think one of the other major issues as well was the cyberspace, the security issue, whether or not our personal security will be maintained, as well as the concern about fire safety. So,
Madam Chair, can I just
quite
follow up?
interesting.
Just one, and I forgot to mention that what's really important here, I believe, is that no one misunderstand the council's concern here. As far as I can tell, each and every one of the councilors here and many out there are very enthusiastic about the AMI technology and all the benefits that it brings. And you'll hear many tout that effectively and correctly. It's the wireless portion that is causing concerns out there, and the fact that there are alternatives to still provide the same benefits that AMI brings, but have it hardwired to the home as opposed to a wireless. And it is my hope that someday that we'll see that as the norm and the default installation procedure as opposed to the wireless option. Thank you.
Any other comments? All those in favor? Thank you.
Resolution 10-13 is to approve the formation of an ad hoc Oak Hill Pedestrian Plan Advisory Committee.
Thank you. In form of a motion, I would like to read the resolution 1013. Resolution to approve the formation of an ad hoc Oak Hill Pedestrian Plan Advisory Committee. Be it resolved by the Council of the Town of Scarborough and Town Council assembled, that whereas the Town of Scarborough recognizes that appropriately designed and oriented sidewalks and other pedestrian amenities are critical to walkability, pedestrian activity, and a sense of place within the community, and whereas sidewalk and pedestrian amenities should be designed to provide linkages and continuity between neighborhoods, as well as connections to businesses, shopping, area attractions, and the greater pedestrian network, and whereas an effort to promote and enhance the Oak Hill area as a pedestrian-friendly center for the community, the Town of Scarborough has joined with the Portland Area Comprehensive Transportation System, PACS, to create an Oak Hill pedestrian plan, and now therefore be it resolved by the Scarborough Town Council and Town Council assembled that there is hereby an ad hoc Oak Hill Pedestrian Advisory Committee created, and the membership terms, offices, and duties shall be as follows. Excuse me. 1, purpose. The purpose of the committee is to select a project consultant and to work with the project consultant to study and plan for new sidewalks, crosswalks, and other pedestrian amenities in the Oak Hill area of Scarborough. The study will inventory existing sidewalks, crosswalks, and trails in and around Oak Hill, examine and analyze existing and future residential, mixed-use, commercial, and civic uses and development in the area, and identify the key locations for new sidewalks, crosswalks, and trails in order to make Oak Hill a more walkable, pedestrian-friendly center for the community. The committee's powers and duties shall not exceed those prescribed herein or otherwise restricted by town council rules, policies, and charter. The committee will recommend and report a course of action to the town council by September 7th, 2011, at which time the committee shall cease to exist unless otherwise extended by the town council. 2, membership. The committee shall be comprised of 8 members as follows. 1, 2 Scarborough residents. First consideration will be given to those residing in the Oak Hill area. 1 business/commercial property owner with property in the Oak Hill area. 1 town councilor, 1 member of the planning board, the town planner or his designee, the public works director or his designee, the director of community services or his designee, and 1 member from the municipal school community. The assistant town planner and project consultant will be the project managers working on behalf of the steering committee. All appointments will be made by the town council. 3, vacancies and removal. Any vacancy shall be filled by the town council. The town council may remove any member of the committee by vote of a majority of its members for misconduct or non-performance of duty. 4, officers. The committee shall elect a chair and recording secretary from among its members. The chair shall be counted to determine a quorum and shall have the same rights as other members of the committee, including the right to vote. Quorum and voting. A quorum shall consist of 5 members. The concurrence of the majority of the members present and voting shall be necessary to decide any question before the committee. 6, meetings and records. The committee shall meet at least monthly on a date and time specified by vote of the majority of the committee at its first organizational meeting. Other meetings may be called by the chair, provided that the chair shall call a meeting of the committee upon the request of at least 3 members. The committee shall keep minutes of its meetings and submit them to the town clerk's office. Signed and dated this first day of December on behalf of the Scarborough Town Council and the town manager of Scarborough, Maine. Signed and attested.
Might I point out under membership in that first sentence, comprised of, and the word should say 9.
Oh, because
To
it said
proceed
8.
in 9, and it should say 2 as the word to proceed, the 2 in parentheses.
Oh, well, is
Okay.
that a typo?
Yes. And
Okay.
we'll correct that.
Thank you.
Is there a second to that? Second. Discussion or comments?
Yes.
I would just like to, oh, go ahead, please.
I just had a question. Project consultant, is that going to be a paid position? Are we hiring somebody to do that?
There'll be a private consultant. They're supported by the grant funding or the
The
planning grant
grant
through
funding. Okay.
PACS.
All right, thank you.
And just to that point, we actually have already gone through a selection process. We have proposals in hand, so I'll look to the chair to move forward with populating this committee as soon as possible so we can get on with the business of the committee.
I have already had one offer of a Jennifer Williams who lives on 60 Elmwood Avenue.
Do that on the 15th.
Yeah. So I encourage anybody who is interested in serving on the committee to see the town clerk and fill out an application for it. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? Thank you.
Item 8 is non-action items, update on the Running Hill Road study.
Dan Bacon, for some of you who may not know Dan is our town planner.
Dan's presentation tonight, we're going to try our best to use these screens here. If the images are hard to see, we can drop down this screen. That will require the council to find another seat. I don't see too many out there, so we'll do our very best to work off these screens.
Just logging into the Public Works Director's computer, and I need the Public Works Director to assist. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to present the Running Hill Road Corridor Study. It's a study that's been prepared by Bill Bray, who's here in the audience, who's going to perform a portion of the presentation, Goral Palmer, consulting engineers, and town staff. It's actually also funded through PACS, largely funded through PACS funding, much like the Oakdale pedestrian plan is going to be funded. That's the town's going to be working on next. To provide some study background, as I think everyone knows, Running Hill Road is an old rural roadway that's become essentially a commuter route from western communities, Gorham, Standish, Buxton communities to the west, and travelers heading to South Portland, the main mall, destinations to the east, and vice versa. It's not a built road. It was never designed to begin with, let alone designed to handle the amount of traffic that it currently experiences. Roughly 6,000 vehicles per day travel across the roadway, and there's often high travel speeds. There's some straight sections where motorists are exceeding the speed limit. The road's in pretty poor condition. It's really undersized for the amount of use that it gets, and there are a number of locations along its length that have some safety issues. And the key intersection that provides access to Running Hill Road at 114 is in poor operating condition, as bad levels of service. There's a lot of delay. Much of that's related to the issues in North Scarborough, the 114-22 overlap, and it's also a high crash location. There's frequent crashes at that intersection. In addition, the town in the last couple of years rezoned the eastern end of Running Hill Road and the surrounding land area to a mixed-use zone per the comprehensive plan. It's an area that's very close to the turnpike, very close to the growth in South Portland, and the comprehensive plan recommended a mixed-use development area that's a transition into Scarborough that has some amount of commercial development, some higher density residential development. So development that occurs in that area is certainly going to generate more traffic to impact Running Hill Road. There's also going to be some typical regional growth in traffic over the years. This is the length of Running Hill Road. I think everyone knows where it is. It runs from Route 114 and is 2 miles long before it enters South Portland, right near the Cummings Road, Running Hill Road intersection. The map also shows the mixed-use zone in orange. The eastern end of Running Hill Road, as well as New Road and Gorham Road, which intersect with Running Hill Road. So from the beginning, some study goals were identified. One is to enable future development to occur at the easterly end of Running Hill Road and to help manage the traffic that's going to result and be generated by new development. When the rezoning was occurring, it was certainly known that Running Hill Road wasn't equipped to handle the traffic that it currently experiences, let alone additional development. So this study was quickly initiated on the heels of the rezoning. Another study goal is to try to maintain the more rural nature of the western end of Running Hill Road. It's a rural residential and farming zone. It's not proposed to be changed by the comprehensive plan, so we wanted to maintain and hopefully improve the residential nature of that section of Running Hill Road. Another key goal is to improve the safety of the corridor of the intersections, to maintain mobility. There's a lot of traffic that travels through this area, as well as Gorham Road and County Road, and the study goal was to maintain that mobility and not cut off the mobility provided by Running Hill Road and the surrounding road network. And lastly, if transit service ever grows to this area of town, given commercial growth that may occur over many years from now, it should be designed to be able to accommodate such service. So after some analysis of the existing conditions, forecasts of future conditions in terms of traffic volume, in the year 2025, the study team came up with some initial alternatives to look at implementing the goals of the study. One was to rather simply improve Running Hill Road, make it wider, make it straighter, to match up the design of the road with the amount of use that it gets. Also to signalize the Running Hill Road Route 114 intersection. This alternative could certainly make it easier to use Running Hill Road, make it easier for commuters to use it. At the same time, it likely would make it so easy that there would be more traffic volume on Running Hill Road, and also likely higher speeds. Wider, straighter roads are easier to travel on at faster speeds. So the study team had concerns about the simple fix of improving Running Hill Road. I guess the opposite of that concept was to dead end or disconnect Running Hill Road and essentially limit it to residential traffic to serve as access, or a road to serve as access to the residences along it, but not to provide that commuter through link from points to the west to points to the east. That has some pros, certainly in terms of people who have property along it and live there. The cons would be that it forces all that traffic, the 6,000 cars a day, onto the surrounding road network. Gorham Road, County Road would all be impacted by a dead ending of Running Hill Road. It also would impact the development potential of the eastern end of Running Hill Road, and would limit access to that development area. So after those alternatives were discussed and really put aside, an opportunity evolved with a proposal by a private developer. Grandin Aggregates owns the land, a large piece of property between Route 114 and Running Hill Road, and announced preliminary plans to develop an access road in light of the new zoning to provide access to new development on that property. And this plan for a development access road certainly created the opportunity for it to be integrated into the transportation study and to provide for an alternative route to Running Hill Road that doesn't impact the other roadways, and to provide for an opportunity for a partnership with a private developer. After some thought and analysis, the study team identified a range of benefits of such a new connector road, one being its practical and potentially efficient alternative to Running Hill Road. It could be built to accommodate the need that we have, or a future need, in the traffic volume that could use it, as opposed to upgrading a road that was never designed or built for the use. It could largely be accomplished by private development because there's a development road planned. This could be an upgrade to that development road. And it would also enable the western end of Running Hill Road to remain more rural in nature, hopefully reduce traffic volume and traffic speeds on the western end of Running Hill Road. So after some work, the study team generated this first concept. I realize it's hard to see from your seats. The yellow line between 114 and Running Hill Road is a concept alignment for this new connector road through the Grandin property. We initially proposed two roundabouts at either end of the connector road. One would link the connector road to 114 at the roughly, or actually right at the driveway to the Nunsuch Golf Course, to create a four-way roundabout intersection there, and another roundabout proposed up at one of the higher points of Running Hill Road, near where there's a large field and some large oak trees, really at the crest of Running Hill Road if you're heading eastbound before you descend down into South Portland. This concept also included a dead ending or discontinuation of Running Hill Road just east of the new road, so that this connector road would be used by through commuter traffic, simply trying to get through Scarborough from west to east and vice versa, and the western two-thirds of Running Hill Road and New Road could become a residential loop road and really separate the future commercial development from existing and future residential area. This is the first concept that we presented to the public. We wanted to get some feedback, some different ideas, and we had 2 different public meetings on this proposal, and we got a very wide range of opinions on this concept. Some property owners expressed support for the concept. They liked the elimination of through traffic, the elimination or improvements, or the need to improve the 114 Running Hill intersection. That wouldn't need to be improved if Running Hill Road and New Road were simply serving a residential area, and appreciated some of the quality of life improvements and safety improvements that would go along with this scenario. Others objected to components of the concept, felt it was too limiting in terms of access from their homes to the main mall, in terms of access to the few commercial uses that exist along Running Hill Road. There was also some concerns raised about impacts to New Road, and a concern that there would be more traffic on New Road under this scenario. So given the mixed opinions and concerns that were raised on that particular connector road concept, we went back to work, continued to work with Ken Grondin on various alignments of a roadway through his property, and identified this revised connector road design that continues to have the connector road, continues to have a roundabout at the connector Route 114 golf course intersection to handle the traffic that would be using this roadway. But instead of a roundabout at the Running Hill connector road intersection, this concept proposes a T intersection, and it does not propose discontinuing Running Hill Road, so motorists could choose which route to take. It also includes a few key changes in light of the comments we heard at the initial public meetings, one being improvements to the New Road 114 intersection. Right now, there's a relatively steep grade as you approach 114 on New Road, and particularly in the wintertime, it's challenging to get out of that, get off New Road onto 114 safely. So this plan includes improvements there, as well as some safety and lane improvements at the Running Hill 114 intersection. So with that quick overview of this design, Bill Bray is going to provide a little bit more detail on the various improvements with this plan, and then I'll provide some final remarks.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening.
You need to use you can use the hand mic, you can pick that one up. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
I think you have to switch the bottom.
Switch is on the bottom, I think.
How's that? Okay now?
I don't know if it's on or off.
Yeah, it's on.
I think it was on before.
It was on.
Okay.
Okay, I'll talk loud.
There you
I'll
go.
try to anyways. I just provide a little bit of additional detail on some of the specifics of the overall improvement plan. This intersection right here is the proposed T intersection. It's located at the north, if you will, end of the proposed connector road at the intersection with Running Hill Road. As we laid out the design for this, we included, full design consideration and safety considerations for both vehicular and pedestrian circulation. If you can see the drawing close enough, there are actually turn lanes, channelization, islands, sidewalks, and landscaping proposed for the intersection. Just to give you maybe a little bit of a help with orientation here. Right there is actually the proposed connector road, and that would merge as a through connection out onto the east end of Running Hill Road, and then the west end of Running Hill Road, or the end closest to the rural section, would actually become a stop-controlled intersection here. This would be the through road, and this would be a stop-controlled intersection. The proposed improvement promotes through vehicle travel on the connector road, and while at the same time discouraging that commuter traffic on the Running Hill Road approach. It attempts to do that with the design and the placement of the stop sign on the stem of the T intersection. As Dan had indicated, this is the other end of the proposed connector road. It's a roundabout intersection that would intersect Gorham Road directly opposite the existing entrance into the Nonsuch Golf Course. The roundabout design was selected over a traditional signalized intersection for several reasons. Probably two of the most important reasons are that you actually have increased capacity or mobility with a roundabout intersection versus a traditional signalized intersection. And the safety records or the safety patterns within a roundabout are much safer than the typical signalized intersection. There's also a considerable lesser amount of private property that would need to be acquired to build it. Again, the lanes that would be required for a signalized intersection would extend significantly back in both directions along Route 114, whereas the roundabout design is a more compact design and it's focused right in the actual center of the intersection. And then lastly, it provides a unique opportunity to introduce a gateway into this connector, but also a gateway to the Route 114 corridor with landscaping and plantings that would be planned for the islands that comprise part of the roundabout design. I'm sure this intersection is familiar to everyone. It's been a long-standing safety problem as far back as I can recall. This has been a high crash location where each and every reporting cycle there are 15 to 20 crashes that occur out there at the intersection, and it's been that way for a considerable amount of time. The proposed improvements for the intersection are rather simple. We're recommending a raised channelization island on the Running Hill Road approach that would square the approach to Gorham Road. And then, in addition to that, the eastbound traffic on Gorham Road, there would be bypass provisions for that traffic to escape by vehicles that are attempting to make the left turn into Running Hill Road. What we've tried to do here with the design is to mitigate the existing safety problems at the intersection while encouraging the through traffic to stay on Gorham Road and hopefully continue down to the intersection of the roundabout and actually complete their travels using the connector road versus traversing across Running Hill Road. The next slide shows the intersection of New Road and Gorham Road. This is one of the issues that was discussed numerous times at the public meetings that Dan had identified, where folks were very concerned that if additional traffic was going to be diverted down New Road, the safety of the approach on New Road, especially during the winter months, there's a very, very sharp and steep grade as you approach Gorham Road. In fact, the grade is about a little over 5%, but very short distance. So it makes it very difficult when the roads are a little slippery to actually get out into the traffic on Route 114. The proposal is very simple. It flattens out the grade to somewhere in the order of 2 to 3%, which is a very desirable grade for intersection design, and it would allow folks to make that movement out onto Gorham Road much easier, especially during the winter months. And then lastly, even though there's not a slide that actually identifies it, The proposal of the overall improvement plan calls for widening the shoulders along Gorham Road from the Running Hill Road intersection down to at least the roundabout intersection, widening those shoulders out to a minimum of 4 feet, but most likely somewhere in the order of 5 to 6 feet. This does a couple things. It improves the capacity of the roadway. Again, Gorham Road is an arterial roadway. It's meant to handle, relatively high volumes of traffic, and to do that and do it in a safe manner, then the shoulders certainly need to be widened out from their 1 to 2 feet in width right now. And it also provides an opportunity, if folks would like to, they can certainly use those paved shoulders to walk or either bicycle during appropriate times. The package of proposed roadway improvements provide a safe, convenient, and far more efficient corridor alternative to the existing Running Hill Road. We checked a couple measurements, and the actual difference in travel distance between both travel routes, if you will, to the same common points is less than a half-mile in distance, although the proposed use of the connector road and Gorham Road, there's really only one turn that you would need to make, and that would be around the roundabout onto the connector road, which would be simply the same yield control provisions that are all roundabouts experience. Whereas if you use the Running Hill Road intersection, you'd have to make a left turn from Gorham Road and then another left turn at the T intersection that I described in the very first slide. We feel very confident that with the proposed improvements, once they're implemented, that a 20 to 30% diversion in the through traffic or the through commuter traffic using Running Hill Road is certainly attainable. Hopefully it would be more than that with good education, but again, we would hope that at a minimum you would be able to attain a 20 to 30% diversion in traffic. I'll turn it back to Dan now for some closing remarks.
So, in conclusion, the study team feels that this concept plan that includes the connector road and the improvements that Bill outlined really does achieve the study goals that we touched on earlier. It's certainly a balanced plan and a lot less extreme of a change than the original connector road proposal that we presented to the public. I think it addresses a lot of the concerns as well as interests that the public and property owners in the area have. I wouldn't say that everyone that heard the proposal at the last few meetings was enamored with it. There continues to be sort of a range of opinions on it, but we feel that it's a more balanced plan than the three other alternatives we explored earlier. Just simply upgrading Running Hill Road, dead-ending Running Hill Road, and then the earlier connector road proposal. We feel confident in this package of improvements. The various improvements can be implemented gradually or incrementally. We could certainly improve the new road, 114 intersection, as a separate project entirely outside of the other improvements. We also could add additional shoulders to Gorham Road. They're frankly warranted today based on the use of Gorham Road and the classification of the street. We also need to address the Running Hill Road 114 intersection. That could be addressed separately from this connector road proposal. So a number of the various components can be implemented at different times to accomplish the overall package in the long term. We feel that there's an advantage with the connector road proposal in that it really shares the costs of such a project with a developer that's going to be building a road there anyway, subject to town review. And the town has been collecting impact fees for close to 20 years now for improvements such as these in this particular corridor. So we have a healthy reserve of money to use on such improvements once the council weighs in on these various set of improvements and gives us some direction. And we haven't talked about the Gorham East-West plans in this brief presentation. But the council did receive a presentation, I think a month or a month and a half ago, regarding the larger regional study that's ongoing, that we're part of, Gorham's part of, in the greater area to the west. There's some specific regional improvements that are planned that could certainly be integrated, or we could integrate into those to make these improvements complement the larger transportation improvements to fix the 114-22 overlap and really to fix the challenging movement of people and traffic from west to east and vice versa. In terms of next steps, we certainly want to get council feedback and direction on this. We've had 4 public meetings and a lot of input from the neighborhood and property owners. The council hasn't had an opportunity to see an entire report and understand what we've been working on, so we want to get your feedback and direction before we take any more steps. Should you provide direction to proceed on some or all of these, we need to do some cost estimating to understand the magnitude of various components. We would seek to have a partnership agreement with Grandin should the connector road be desirable, and we would work on a timeline for implementation over the next number of years. So thank you for receiving the report, and we're happy to answer questions if you have any.
Any questions from the council? Council Rancourt?
I don't have any questions, just a comment. I want to thank the committee and Dan and his staff for putting this together for us. There may be some items that I might want to look at further, but I think in general the concept is a good one. I particularly favor the roundabout approach. I've seen it used in many communities, not too much here in Maine really, but other places, and it really does keep traffic flowing much more efficiently. And in general, I think if we can divert traffic, we preserve the character of many of our roads and neighborhoods. So by doing that, not only there but in other places in the town, can bring some real benefits to us.
In the neighborhood meetings, I think I went to 2 or 3 of the 4. Were the residents that reside along the Gorham Road invited to those forums?
Residents that have properties in close proximity to the Running Hill Road 114 intersection were notified of the meeting, as well as property owners in close proximity to this proposed roundabout intersection near the golf course.
So
we notified folks close to where improvements were discussed.
And I thought it was an interesting process. I think, the community input was very, very valuable in that. They kind of gave us a little misdirection at the beginning. I mean, they were swaying in one direction, and then the next meeting came back. But I think, they needed to go home and they needed to think about it and talk about it with their neighbors and say, what's going to work best for us. So I think it was all in all a very good process. I think it was contentious at the first meeting, and then it became a fairly relaxed meeting atmosphere with good questions and good thought, and it was a good process. So, Councilor Alquist?
Yeah, I too want to thank the committee and certainly the staff for the work that they put into this. It's a good product, the way you put it together. I'd be interested in the financing, how that comes together, and certainly the timing. Those 2 key pieces for me, and I'd like to look at those and when that comes about. But other than that, thanks for your work.
Councilor Wood?
Yeah, just to echo all the other comments that have already been made. Very interesting study, and what we saw tonight, I think, is a really nice compilation of all the input that we got from the neighbors and the residents. The fact that so many people out here tonight to hear the presentation is testimony to how important this road project is. And I look forward to the next steps and discussing possible phasing and how that might evolve. I too like the roundabout options in particularly the landscaped islands, which I'd like to see maybe catch on in other areas in town as opposed to the green painted cement. The pedestrian, the sidewalk and the opportunities to bicycle safely is a very important component, so well done, and thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Just if I could, since I'm not hearing any great objections to the basic concept, I think Dan and I will direct our attentions to work back with Grundon Aggregates to see if we can come up with some details around the financial questions, finalize an alignment. There's a number of details to fall in place, and really the strength of this program relies entirely on that partnership. So we intend to do that over the next several weeks or months. That memorandum of understanding, should we come to some terms, would certainly come back to you and be the subject of a thorough review by the council.
Good, yeah.
Just have one thing I might add. I know there are a number of residents in the audience, and just want to let them know that they can come to our department to be provided copies of the report. The report came out during Thanksgiving week when people aren't around. It's not easy to get material, so I don't know if everyone has a copy at this point. We can produce them and provide copies at the planning department. It's also on our website on the homepage, I think in the left-hand column, relatively high up in the list of business of the community, there's a link to the report. So I know it's somewhat short notice between the issuance of the report and this presentation. Want to provide residents an opportunity to really dig into the details of what's, I know they know the process, but the finer details of the recommendations and implementations. So.
Thank you. Does council need to take a break? Been 2 hours, and I know you folks have been waiting patiently as well, but I'm losing them one at a time, and I think my turn's next. So,
No, mine is.
can we take 10 minutes? Thank you.
We could have all waited, Judy.
No problem.
I'm like rushed out.
We'll get started in about 30 seconds.
Excellent.
Make sure the camera guy's back there.
Judy's up.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, do we have a limit, no items after 10?
Yes, we do,
We could suspend.
but I will vote against that.
We'll suspend this.
Okay, the council meeting will
It was only a
reconvene.
But if it's the whole...
Okay, under old business, order number 10-78 is a second reading on the proposed amendment to the Town of Scarborough official GIS zoning map to change the zoning at 20 Elmwood Ave to from Residential District 2 to Business Office Research District.
Yep, go right up if you're going to speak.
Again, state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Now I'll get to know who that guy is.
Mike Sylvia's, Maple Avenue, regarding the Green Acres rezoning. I can assure you, I speak for all of us here when I state that we're very distressed at the perceived deceit implicit in the way this proposed development was presented to us. SEDCO pointed out that the state
Could
arbitrarily...
I ask that you refrain from negative comments and keep to the point of the issues of the...
Okay.
Thank you.
SEDCO posited that the state arbitrarily decided to put this property on the market, and this is simply not so. Mark Laddie of MDOT stated that MDOT was approached by an agent acting on behalf of an interested client, we now recognize as Maine Eye Care, Maine Eye Center, to sell his property. I repeat, the state was not actively seeking to sell his land. This process was initiated by Maine Eye Center or its agent, therefore there's no urgency to rezone. And rezoning only benefits one client, Maine Eye Center. To me, this looks an awful lot like spot zoning to benefit a singular client. The purpose of the zoning ordinance is to define and protect areas and delineate separate residential and commercial areas for them to develop to their maximum potential without creating conflict between the two. This 6-acre lot is non-contiguous to the Maine Med BOR and abuts residential zones on two sides and is separated from the Maine Med BOR by a big noisy highway. We need to re-examine what the definition of contiguous is. Traffic impact. We've been told that it's 500 cars a day. Simply state that this can't be. By Maine Eye Center's own admission, with 100-plus staff and 300-plus employees, 300-plus clients a day, we'll see a minimum of somewhere around 800 trips a day through the neighborhood. Add staff going to surgery and nurses going to supermarkets or lunch or service vehicles, it's starting to look more like 1,000 vehicle trips through the neighborhood. Way too much for this small residential neighborhood. If we're told that we can put, 10 houses on the property, even according to the standard numbers of 11 trips per household, that's 110 trips. I, for one, would rather have 110 trips in the neighborhood than 1,000 trips. And that's pretty scary. Have you considered the devaluation impact on the properties from this commercial development in our neighborhood? Have we examined the eminent domain issue? This land was taken by eminent domain. Do we know, was due process of notification to previous owners or heirs followed as law requires before the sale is permitted? Current law also dictates that no land taken by eminent domain can be used for commercial profit. As it exists, this land is a natural buffer. Light, noise, carbon monoxide. It does not make a lot of sense to sell a property for $700,000, cut down the trees that are a natural buffer, and then put an ugly $1.5 million plastic wall up, like the one down on Muzzy Street, that begs for graffiti and vandalism. Have we walked the property in question? Are we aware that nearly all of the water from that side of the hill drains down towards that lot? Before any approval to develop the change of current designated, we also need to see DEP and EPA
studies on that.
Can you wrap? Because
Yes.
you're over 3.
Planning board recommended against this. I urge you, our elected officials, to act on our behalf and vote against this. We have probably over 200 signatures that we've collected, and we can't seem to find anybody in our neighborhood in favor of this. Thanks.
Hi, my name is David Hughes. I live on 4 Honeywell Road, and I too would like to encourage the board to not vote for rezoning this property to BOR and keeping it as a R2 zone. I know you've all seen a lot of editorials, received a lot of phone calls, emails, and you have been inundated with information and requests for that, and I can greatly appreciate the time that you guys have put into that. As you know, the planning board has voted to recommend not changing this to a BOR zone, which is in compliance with the town's comprehensive plan. Currently, the comprehensive plan does identify this as an R2. The issue here, one of the major issues here, is the property is embedded within a residential area. The only way the property can be accessed is for all the visitors of the property to turn down into a residential neighborhood to access that property. So, as Mike spoke towards, that's over 1,000 car trips a day with the 100 employees and 400 office visits. And it's interesting, at 1,000 trips per day, that's 1/6 the traffic that Running Hill Road is receiving at 6,000 vehicle trips a day that, has been identified as a busy roadway, and you're trying to address that issue. So, I mean, that kind of puts it in perspective, the amount of traffic that's generating. I recently had some work done on my property where a contractor was doing, working out in the yard, and he was actually surprised at the amount of traffic on Honeywell, and even commented to me on it. Now, the town has done some great work and had some great foresight with regards to moving forward the Haggis Parkway project and taking the initiative to provide the infrastructure needed to encourage business to move there, Cabela's and all that property that's going on there. And Harvey was, fully involved in that project. With regards to Maine Eye Care's desire to locate at this location, we already have property the town has gone through the efforts to identify for this development. The Haggis Parkway invested a lot of money. They're maintaining bonds for that property. I know the landowners have been assessed betterment charges for that, but, they did that as a result of the town taking action to provide the facilities there. And so it really would behoove the town to turn around and support those landowners and encourage the businesses to move there. We have Enterprise Business Park just down the road from there. We're going to potentially have the Running Hill Road area, which is going to have a nice new access road to it. To rezone a piece of property because it is convenient and cost-effective for a business to locate, shouldn't be a consideration. I did generate in a press meeting, I mentioned that, 10 homes are likely was what could go there, and Councilman Holbrook, you commented on that. And so what I did is I generated a graphic where I overlaid, and I'll hand it out when I'm done, 10-home subdivision, recent subdivision on that property, and the visual impact that has. It's a fairly dramatic difference, and I really appreciate your comment on that.
Can you wrap, please?
Yes, I can.
You're almost at 4. I know, I screwed up your train of thought, didn't I?
That's all right. You added 2 minutes. No, Councilor Roy, I am wrapping up. I really appreciate it. And you live in the area. I know this has created a lot of angst on your part, and you've really gone out of your way to help, work with us on it. Councilman Wood, you mentioned the
You do need to wrap, and don't be specific. I think, it's better to keep persons out of the issue and keep the issue at the forefront.
It depends. Was it going to be nice?
Well,
Yeah, don't miss that one.
It's going to be very nice. You can blame.
That's
Let's
fine.
keep going.
Back is the original layout.
The next person can go ahead to the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Beth Chiazzo. Thank you for the time and the effort that you have taken regarding this controversial issue. And I'm aware that you came before us tonight with little doubt in your mind in how you were going to vote, but I did want to take some time to just voice my opinion. I live on Elmwood Avenue, 17, directly behind 20 Elmwood Avenue. My sons walk home and pass it every day. They have lived in this house all of their lives, and they have told me that they can never imagine living anywhere else. How nice that Scarborough is raising kids who are so content where they live. If this area is rezoned and commercially developed, you will take away what they consider to be their home. And Mr. Rosenfeld, I mean no disrespect, truly,
Please.
nothing personal at all. I just disagree with this, so please forgive me. But I have to say that they are aware of a comment by Mr. Rosenfeld
Please
that
stay away from personal direct.
this is the future of Scarborough. But what does that mean? The development of this is the future of Scarborough. The neighbors in Scarborough abutting any land that can be sold for commercial use are now at risk because this is the future of Scarborough. The comprehensive plan adopted by Scarborough in 1994 and updated in 2006 to guide future growth stated the livability of Scarborough's established neighborhoods should be enhanced. Residential and very limited non-residential development should be accommodated within these neighborhoods, but should minimize the impacts on the existing neighborhoods. Rezoning and developing this piece of land is not in compliance with that plan. This would quite simply destroy the neighborhood, and my children will grow up knowing that the town chose commercial growth over the enhancement of their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Hi, I'm Audie Harris. I live at 8 2nd Avenue. And my statement is very brief. I've spoken a couple times, once to the council, once to the planning board, but I just wanted to get my voice out. And I do not support the proposed amendment to change the zoning at 20 Elmwood Avenue. The property is not contiguous with existing BOR zones. Changing the zoning to allow a commercial property of a BOR footprint would change the existing residential neighborhood by encouraging future commercial creep, increasing traffic, and depressing our home values. And I thank the council for their support of our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janine Uzi. I live at 13 Sunset Road. I didn't realize when I came tonight that I was going to appreciate the Running Hill traffic presentation so much, but I really did, because the way Mr. Bacon expressed the goals of the town with respect to Running Hill Road is exactly what the Green Acres neighborhood would ask you to support for our neighborhood. Two things in particular he mentioned that are applicable to Green Acres are the concern about cut-through traffic, and second, the idea that commercial and residential zones be separated. So I know you're making a joke, but I really did appreciate that traffic presentation. Most of you probably know me as a tree hugger, and that's not what I'm here for tonight. It would be my personal preference to have nothing built on that land. If our kids could just run wild in there like they like to do. But the message I want to give you tonight is that the residents of Green Acres have never been unequivocally opposed to the development of that property. In fact, I don't think the residents are necessarily united in their opposition to residential development there, provided there's some green buffer left between the highway and our neighborhood. I think many of us would support the responsible development of that land into homes whose inhabitants would be invested in our neighborhood. We would welcome new neighbors. And those homes would also bring additional tax dollars to support the town. And we should also remember that residential development brings from the state additional financial support for the schools that doesn't come with commercial development. I know that our neighborhood is sort of affectionately known as the people who oppose the hospice. And that's not exactly true. The hospice is incredibly commendable in its mission, but it is a 24-hour business. And our neighborhood does suffer from many trips to and from the hospice by ambulances, delivery trucks, family members of friends who are its patients, in addition to the doctors and the nurses and the people who work there. People actually come to my door and ask me where the hospice is. We have been disturbed by knocking on our door because people can't find it. Despite this fact that we have had the hospice in our neighborhood and we have experienced some problems from it, members of our neighborhood worked for 18 months with Harvest Development LLC to try to put together a contract zone that would allow that 60-something acres at the end of Elmwood to be developed into a congregate care facility with assisted living and adult living. And we weren't all in favor of it, but we did work with that group to try to compromise. So I guess my message here is that the neighborhood is not opposed unreasonably to the development of the property, but we would prefer residential development. When the comprehensive plan asks how can we maintain the unique character of Scarborough's residential neighborhoods, I think the first step in achieving that goal is don't change them to BOR zones. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Histon, and I live at 7 Sunset Road here in Scarborough. And to give you an idea where 7 Sunset Road, it is right on the corner of Green Acres and Sunset. I'm a direct abutter to the property in question. And I would also, first I would like to thank those people who have spoken ahead of us, and I concur with anything that with most everything they said about supporting the non-change from R2 to BOR. But what I'd also like to read now is I went to the website and I found the zoning ordinance, and I would like you to read the purpose. Most of you, if you've been to the planning board, you probably know what it is. But here it is. This zoning ordinance is designed for all the purposes of zoning embraced in Maine revised statute and has been drafted as an integral part of the comprehensive plan for the town of Scarborough, Maine. Among other things, it is designed to encourage the most appropriate use of land throughout the municipality, to promote safe and efficient traffic circulation, to provide safety from fire and other elements, to provide adequate light and air, to prevent overcrowding of real estate, to promote a wholesome home environment, to prevent housing development in unsanitary areas, to provide an adequate formation of stable neighborhoods, to provide an allotment of land area in new development sufficient for all requirements of community life, to conserve natural resources, and to provide for and promote adequate public service. Now, to me, after reading that, I feel that it would be a disservice to this community, which was the first community built in the 1920s here in Scarborough. It was the gateway entrance to Scarborough from Portland. And I loved the neighborhood. Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Histon, and I live with him. And I'm pleased that he read for everybody else's benefit, the zoning ordinance, because it is utterly unequivocal that all of the governing documents and the practices that are in place to answer a question like this point to, no, don't rezone that area. But for some reason, the question is still on the table. So I'm going to ask the same question that I've asked before, which is, what is the criteria then that's used to base that decision? And absent any information that fills in that blank, I've done comprehensive research nonstop in the last 2 weeks since I've been filled in on the frightening picture of what's proposed there. And I know that there are layers of complexity to this that everybody is struggling with. All of you are trying to navigate some very complex things that we don't necessarily understand, and the same is true for all of us. Everybody's working very feverishly and very diligently, and with the same goal in mind, I might add. And when you look at those facts that everybody is trying to figure out what to do, it seems like the best thing to do is stop. Just stop. Do not, please, do not rezone that land, because if you make a decision to rezone, you trigger things that will be very, very difficult to undo. And there are some very serious issues that everybody has addressed, but I continually come back to the integrity of the neighborhood. I've lived there for 27 years. I've raised my children there, and the woods are my playground. I've always been their playground. But the neighborhood itself is shrinking, and if you change that land, the neighborhood shrinks. And then we are contiguous to a BOR zone, and then what's the next train that comes barreling down the tracks? Then we are absolutely up for grabs, and the neighborhood's integrity is absolutely compromised. And the zoning ordinance speaks to home-like environment. We have that. Our property values will unquestionably be diminished. I have researched that. I'd love to share those details with all of you, but I don't have time here. The personal economic security and our futures, especially my husband and myself, who are both self-employed and have spent an awful lot of time investing in our home with the intention of having it support us as we age, we will lose our personal economic security. And that's going to happen to a lot of people. So that then points again, we may just have to go look at rezoning too, because we'll be next door to a BOR, and we have to have the market available to us if we're going to get the money for our property. So it sets up this whole process in so many directions that is so risky, and it doesn't have to be that way. If you stop, if you just say no, just say no. This is one of the times when that makes sense, because we have options. It doesn't have to be rezoned, and a decision doesn't have to be made based on fear that something else is coming down the pike that's worse. That decision would not be the devil you know. That would be the mistake. We have other options. And I just want to say finally that I think Scarborough has done a great job planning its work. And what we need to do now is think about options and ways to work the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edwin Farrer, I live at 2 Second Ave in Scarborough. Again, like the last meeting, I brought something to read, but I'm not going to read it. First off, I want to say thank you to all of you. I know you guys have a lot of difficult and hard decisions on your plate right now between the smart meters, the beach access, this new roadway and design, and our issue. I also want to thank everybody that came out tonight. I think this is really encouraging just to see citizens come out for this process and support it. I grew up in Wyndham. Many of you, I probably have to say 302. It was at the point where I was a teenager and I was actually ridiculed from other towns because the debacle that happened in 302 where they tried to cram too many businesses in and didn't really follow their own planning. They've done things to improve it, but it's one of those things where you can't turn back the clock, and I think if they could, they would. There's so many businesses packed in there that they actually hinder each other. That you don't even know some businesses are in there. That's how poorly designed it was. So when I see something going so quickly, and without a lot of thought put behind it. I'm not saying you guys, I'm just saying, I thought as a new homeowner that to be more of a process. I just was surprised that, the comprehensive plan agreement might be ignored. So I'm asking you tonight to follow your planning board vote. Richard Sullivan voted, was voiced his concerns about this issue when he was an alternate on the planning board. I was there for that. We all voted for you guys. We're asking for your vote tonight. We're not against business. We don't want, we're not, let's make everything a big neighborhood. We want to see business come in. We want to see it come in a smart way, following our planning board and our comprehensive plan agreement. There's currently 2 vacant buildings, or one I assume is vacant, in the BOR zone that's there now. I understand there's an added cost to having to fix an existing building rather than just building from ground up. But these are the type of things, along with the parkway, that we can try to work together on. Again, I just ask you to follow the comprehensive plan agreement and follow the planning board's vote and vote to keep this a residential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris Uzzi, 13 Sunset Road. Just a couple of quick comments. One thing that we've heard a couple of times through this process is we should be proactive in planning. And I think that that's exactly what we have been. We have a comprehensive plan. We updated it within the last few years. This piece of land was zoned R2. It's been residential for, I don't know how long. R2 is the low-density residential district. BOR is a major employment center. I think if you were going to consider changing from, this extreme to the other, there should be some really good reasons for that, and we don't see them here. There's no evidence of that this is going to be a financial windfall for the town. If you look at the numbers between considering what the tax revenue will be for this facility versus what it might be for homes put in on that R2 land, it's not a significant difference to impact the neighborhood like it will. The other thing we've heard bandied about now, because it's fashionable, is jobs. And this is an existing business, fully staffed, that's going to move here. There's no jobs here. So, again, I thank you guys for considering this. I urge you to follow the recommendations of the planning board and vote no on the rezoning. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Patrick Venn, and I am a Portland-based land use attorney representing the Save Green Acres neighborhood group. I'd like to reiterate and echo some of the points made before me tonight, and I'll try to do that in a way that asks for, as Chairwoman Roy asked for, constructive input. As sort of a background to zoning, as some of you may or may not know, the power to zone is a state police power that is given to municipalities through a delegation from the state. In Maine, that power is conditioned on consistency with comprehensive plans. As you know, the comprehensive plan in Scarborough was adopted in 1994 and updated in 2006. As was mentioned before my speaking to you this evening, that plan calls for enhancing established residential districts in neighborhoods. The Green Acres neighborhood is nothing if not established. And by rezoning the town's geographic information systems zoning map from R2 to BOR, Business Office Research, for the 20 Elmwood Avenue parcel, you would be undermining the integrity of the Green Acres neighborhood. That parcel is not contiguous to the BOR district across Route 1. It does not touch that district. In fact, it touches, and it's part of, currently, the R2 district that currently exists for the Green Acres neighborhood. There's no Route 1 access to the 20 Elmwood parcel, unlike the parcels across the street. The increased traffic, safety concerns, increased noise concerns, and lower property values are additional factors that would undermine the integrity and the well-respected nature of the Green Acres neighborhood. That is perhaps why the planning board voted 4-2 on November 1st to reject this proposal for a rezoning. Now, I understand that the proposal was initiated at the urging of the Scarborough Economic Development Corporation. That makes sense strictly from a highest and best use perspective. However, if zoning was allowed to be dictated by whatever was the highest and best use of a parcel of land, it would be unnecessary. The purpose of zoning is to protect property values and ensure compatible uses. This would do neither if approved this evening. And additionally, whereas this proposal is reactive in the sense that it has come about due to the urging of certain businesses like Maine Eye Care, it is the antithesis of planning. I'd like to conclude by asking you to please respect the spirit of your town's comprehensive plan, the purpose of zoning, the recommendations of your planning board, and the views of the neighbors who will be directly affected by this proposal, and ask that you please vote no to this proposal to rezone 20 Elmwood from R2 to BOR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's April Hill. I live on 14 Maple Avenue. I am against the rezoning. I married my husband while he was still serving in the United States Marine Corps and living down south. In 2001, after 13 years of service, my husband honorably discharged so that we could move to Maine and buy a home in Scarborough, where I had lived prior at Higgins Beach. I've always loved this town. It was a dream and goal of ours to save enough money so we could buy a mid-century home in an older Scarborough neighborhood. We were starting out from scratch and rented until, after 8 years of researching neighborhoods and saving enough for a down payment, we bought our home on Maple Avenue. We loved the house, but just as importantly, the neighborhood, because it was exactly what we wanted. I appreciate that the roads had recently been repaved and had stop signs added to control the traffic speed, since speeding and excessive traffic had been a problem prior to that, I learned. I love that kids play outside and that some of the residents had lived in the same house since the 1960s. Working-class people, retirees, young families, professionals working from home offices. It's a great mix. What really also makes the neighborhood special is that it is so close to Route 1, yet buffered by the woods surrounding it. Having grown up in New York City, owning a home that is free from the sounds of incessant cars and traffic is very important to me. The proposed rezoning of Green Acres would be devastating to the character of the neighborhood that is home to so many hardworking residents of Scarborough. To allow the loss of the wooded buffer combined with an increase of hundreds of cars driving through our streets daily is untenable. I bought a house in the neighborhood as it stands now, which includes acres of woods that are zoned residential. I am speaking to you as a homeowner who would be negatively impacted, and I'm asking you to please not destroy my neighborhood by making this change. And to be clear, careless change for the sake of business development should not be considered progress, nor should progress and preservation be mutually exclusive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Hill. Live at 14 Maple Avenue. I'm her Marine. I grew up in Syracuse, New York, and spent 13 years in the Marine Corps, and I've been on every continent but Antarctica. I've seen neighborhoods the world over. And so when I say I would live nowhere else but this neighborhood and this community, please understand the weight and experience behind my statement. There are a lot of reasons this rezoning should not take place. You've heard a good portion of them. They're well spoken out. So I'm just going to stick to one, which is primarily the drainage and runoff that would ensue from developing this land. I actually went out last Saturday and walked that land, got the lay of it, sat out there for half an hour. It's pretty cold. And I realized that the grade really slopes towards the homeowners and the homes in the surrounding area. And I sat down and did some math and came up with the fact that if you pave an acre, just 1 acre, which would it would boil down to about 250 parking spaces. And then those are 8 by 12 foot parking spaces. Double that for the accesses between them so you could actually get to them. You've got about 1 acre paved. And that is going to move about 27,000 gallons of rainwater in an inch of rain. Because that ground is no longer available to absorb that water. The trees and plants are no longer there to help absorb that water. Can our existing drainage system through those neighborhoods move that water to and through that neighborhood and not overflow? As it is, it currently seems that our drainage system is pretty well maxed, because whenever we get any kind of significant amounts of rain, it starts to overflow. I don't know what kind of pollutants would be in there, but I suspect that because it's a parking lot, you're going to get a lot of oil, antifreeze, transmission fluid, brake fluid, all the stuff you see in the centers of parking spaces at Hannaford and in other locations. I don't think most people would want their dogs and outside animals taking a drink of that water as it passes by, and I certainly wouldn't want anyone tracking that through my house. So to that end, I would very much advise and hope that you would vote against rezoning this land. Thank you very much for your time and candor this evening.
Thank you. And thank you for serving.
I guess I'm the last one. My name is Jeff Thomas. I live at 14 Pleasant Avenue, and I happen to be a member of the Scarborough Planning Board, which I can say just as much serving on its council presents its challenges at times. At the public hearing that we held, Councilor Roy was there, Councilor Sullivan was there as a voting member. And yes, the board voted 4-2 against rezoning this property. The property will be developed. It is an R2. Realizing it's an R2, you could have another hospice center, another long-term care facility, any one of those type developments go on to that property. So the opportunity is there for businesses that could develop several trips. I was on the board when we were working on the Green Acres development a couple of years ago that due to financial reasons was tabled. But somebody may come back in, and I don't mean may, they will come back in and develop that property. One of the ideas that we discussed at Planning Board was, is this an opportunity for contract zone versus a redevelopment or a rezoning? Contract zone presents interesting ideas to the situation, realizing that we could stipulate different controls and different ideas around setbacks and such. It is a more complicated process, but it is a process where the property could be developed by a unique business such as this. So I'm in favor of good business development. I did vote against it because I think that the neighborhood has its characteristics, but at the same point, it will get developed. So maybe through a contract process, we could develop it in a way that would meet not only a business like Maine Eye Cares, but also meet the needs of the neighborhood and community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anne Marie Silvius of Maple Avenue, and I don't know if I'm summing up or being the last, but I'm not going to reiterate too much what was said. I think it's well expressed. I just want to remind everyone that according to Webster's New Collegiate Dictionary, the word contiguous means, quote, being in actual contact, touching along a boundary. Why am I bringing that up? Because what was presented to us at formal and informal meetings is that this land is contiguous, and it is not, and it cannot be used as a point in which to place this in our residential neighborhood. So I really want people to think about words have meanings, and when we start to change words around to fit the scenario or to fit the proper person, it doesn't behoove any of us, and it makes things really wrong in the end. We have language so that we all understand what we're all saying, but when we decide to change things for other people's benefits, we're going to run into erroneous conclusions here. The other thing that really bothers me about this, like everybody else, is that once you decide that this is okay to be BOR, like a couple of people said, that means that if this is contiguous to across the street and down the hill, then that means that the 60-odd acre parcel 200 feet away is now contiguous to what Maine Eye wants to do. So you see, words really do have meaning. You can't just decide that contiguous is what's convenient. The other thing I want to remind the town council when you're thinking very seriously about this is if you decide to, what we basically have concluded, this is spot zoning. You decide to put something in here. A contract zone isn't going to make it any prettier to us. We've told you R2 is R2. We want R2, and we will deal with R2 as R2 comes along. To decide that this is a better boogeyman than the R2, that's taking away our rights as the neighborhood citizens to determine what's best for us. And secondly, lastly, I should say, We don't want this rezoning based on contiguousness to now be a precedent-setting event, stating that 3 years from now, someone very clever lawyer, clever counselor, somebody, clever Sedco, can come in and go, look what you did 3 years ago. Obviously, there was no problem with that. I think we can now say that 2 miles down from here, 200 yards down from there, it's okay for us to jump from commercial into that. So I just want to remind you to please think about this very carefully, that you may be setting a precedent that might come back to bite some of us. Thank you very much for thinking real hard on this.
Thank you.
I know it's at your discretion. That's just one issue.
If there are people who have not spoken yet, they need to be allowed to go first. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you.
I'm David McDonald. I'm president of DLM Corporation. My firm was hired by Maine Eye Center to assist in the conceptual design of the site that is now present in front of you. Just to look back over the facts, this property was approached by the Boulos Company to my client. They also have several other clients in mind for the property. It was not specifically my client. And it is also my understanding that the Boulos Company has listed 6 or 7 other additional properties that the Maine DOT wishes to sell throughout the state. So it's not only this site, just to clarify that. Secondly, we had a neighborhood meeting 2 weeks ago. We are a very good neighbor. We heard their concerns and feel strongly that we can address those concerns through the planning board process. Additionally, I don't know if most people realize this, but we have moved our site back an additional 33 feet from Green Acres Drive to add for more buffering. We also have added several trees throughout the property, which are Austrian pines. They're a fast-growth, hardy tree, much hardier than what's there now on the site. What you have there now on the site, especially during this time of the year, is limited sound buffer for the fact that there is no undergrowth. We also have situated a building so it is back to the 295 Route 1 access point that will also act as a buffer. When I say we are a good neighbor, we do hear their concerns. We can address the lighting issues. We can address the parking lot issues. I feel strongly that we can address several of these issues. And that being said, it is my understanding also that this property back in 1994 or 2000 by CPAC was looked at to become a BOR zone. And at that time, CPAC chose not to pursue that for the fact that MDOT said it would never be sold. My question is to the council is if MDOT said at that time if it would be sold, would this be a BOR zone now? Thank you for your time and look forward to the outcome.
Hello, my name is Richard McCardle. I'm the Chief Executive of Maine Eye Center, the gorilla in this room tonight, I guess. Our mission is not to alienate people. We are a large group, the largest group north of Boston of eye physicians and surgeons, caring for thousands and thousands of Mainers every year. The practice has grown on integrity, and we are a stable practice because we are good neighbors to the neighbors we have, and we will be good neighbors to whoever our new neighbors are, whether it be in Scarborough or somewhere else. We do have to move. The facility we're in is not large enough at this point, and we will be moving at some point when we can find the proper piece of land. This land fit our specifications precisely. It is the only one in over 2.5 years of looking, from Falmouth through Portland down through Scarborough, that has fit those specifications. It was not our intent to disrupt a neighborhood. We did not initiate this zoning change. It was initiated before we ever became involved in the purchase and sale of the property. But obviously, for us to do what we would want to do, that zoning change would have to occur. And I also want to clarify that we've had no interaction with the state prior to this land becoming listed, the Bullis Company. So any inference that there has been some sort of behind-the-scenes activity, I just want to clarify that we would never be involved in that, and that has not happened. At this point, I think, obviously, this is more of a town issue than it is a Maine Eye Center issue. And I hope that people will realize that regardless of which way this ends up. Because again, we want to be a good neighbor wherever we end up, and it is an important decision, but again, I think it's a town decision and it's not really a Maine Eye Center decision. Thank you.
We got two of the neighbors that would like to speak again, and then we'll open the... Go ahead.
Again, my name is David Hughes from 4 Honeywell, and I just wanted to address one of the issues with regards to that the property will be developed at some point in time. It is not our, it being an R2 zone, being developed as an R2 zone is perfectly fine. The community, the Green Acres community worked with the town on that contract zone for the facility off of Elmwood. And one of the major issues that we addressed there was regarding traffic. The proposed project got scaled back dramatically such that the traffic impacts that it would have would be equivalent to the number of homes that could be developed in that area. Again, the traffic that this facility would generate would be 1,000 car trips per day versus if you put 10 homes there, which realistically with the wetlands there is probably stretching it a bit, would be 100. So I appreciate Maine Eye Care, but I don't think they want to scale down their project that much. But that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deborah Histon, and I live at 7 Sunset Road, and I just wanted to follow up because I think what I'm hearing here is precisely what I really wanted to spotlight when I spoke a little while ago, and that is that the fear tactics that say, if you don't do this, there's something ugly coming down the pike. If you don't jump on this, you're going to be in trouble. It's going to be developed anyway. That is not necessarily true. The sale has not gone through, and we stand on very solid ground through several avenues that we are exploring and researching that are relative to the Department of Environmental Protection and protected species that are almost 100% certain living inside that land, and other potential ways of stopping the sale of the land altogether and protecting that land. It is not a given that it's going to sell. It is not a given that it's going to be developed, and it is not a given that there's something awful coming down the pike that is going to be so much worse than Maine Eye Care. And there's one more thing. Every morning, that great big parking lot with plows and trucks backing up and beeping starting at 3, 4 a.m. every snowstorm, I couldn't imagine a worse neighbor. Maine Eye Care is a wonderful company, Maine Eye Center, excuse me, a wonderful company, I'm sure, but they do not belong in our neighborhood. Please stop this discussion. See it for what it is. This is a neighborhood. That's our woods. We go there to play. Our kids play there. Part of the town ordinance, the zoning ordinance says, and I'm finishing up, Judy, that the, excuse me, Councilor Roy, that the part of the goal is to provide adequate requirements for living in community life when you're developing. What you're doing is you're removing adequate requirements for living in community life when you do this developing. So these fear tactics have to stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done. Motion? Oh, you have to, don't you? Oh, yeah, okay.
No.
So we're on 1078?
Yep.
All right, for purpose of discussion, I'll make a motion to approve order number 10-78.
I'll second that. Council comments. Council Rancourt.
I want to thank all the people who contacted me about this issue. I think this has probably been the most exciting couple of weeks I've had as a counselor, because there are so many issues on our plate, and I want to thank Judy for being the chair during this period, because she's doing a stellar job. As you probably all know, I had concerns when this came up, and the issue about the six-story building certainly was one of my initial concerns. But as a fairly long-time resident of Scarborough, I've seen a lot of change, both good and bad, and a lot of neighborhoods impacted by that change. And my understanding, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that our perhaps informal, and I don't think it's formally adopted, but our plan is to have about 1/3 of our community be business-related properties, and the rest pretty much be residential, the other 2/3. We've kind of, I think, informally tried to keep that balance. Beg your pardon? 25%. Oh, only 25%, okay. But in my life here, we've seen a lot of changes. A lot of neighborhoods have disappeared into businesses, and it seems to me that we actually, for the amount of property that we have, we probably have 25% already designated to be some kind of business or commercial development. For example, the neighborhood that we're talking about that abuts the Green Acres, Plumbers Hill, was a large farming residential area. Much of Pleasant Hill, which is now all pretty much business development, was a residential neighborhood. Most of Route 1 at one time was all residential neighborhoods. So I think Scarborough has really risen to the fore to provide lots of opportunities for business. And we have several neighborhoods that are still designated that way. Well, one we've mentioned is Igus Parkway, and there are others that are not fully built out yet. So I am very hesitant to change the ordinance on this to, on a parcel abutting a neighborhood. I am concerned about it being a precedent for other neighborhoods. I too live in a neighborhood that could be very close to becoming commercial, but it is a very highly densely populated residential neighborhood, and we love our neighborhood, and we want to keep it. And I think almost everyone in Scarborough could say the same thing. Scarborough is a series of small villages with unique identities, and I think I'm satisfied with the way we're going now. We have other potential properties in the future that may become commercial without impacting residential neighborhoods.
Councilor Sullivan?
I just had a question. Harvey wanted to speak to this issue. Do you want to let him go next?
I'm sorry, Harvey. I was doing well up till now, you know?
All right. But after that, I've got
Okay.
I've got quite a few.
Just brief. I apologize. He waved at me, but I
I did.
let everybody else talk first. So.
Bill, I did want to speak to this as I instigated this whole thing. And I really wanted to talk tonight quickly about what our role here is and in this process and clear up some misconceptions. And to start that, I'd like to just touch briefly on a couple of points. The first is what SEDCO is, and secondly, our role in the community. And quickly, SEDCO was created by the Scarborough Town Council as a private nonprofit corporation. And our mission statement is to support economic and business development to improve the quality of life in Scarborough by expanding the town's tax and employment base. We work independently but cooperatively with town government for the betterment of the community. In this role, one of our responsibilities is to bring recommendations to various town boards, including the Town Council, Planning Board, Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee, and others, when it's appropriate and when it's in keeping with our mission. We don't make policy, we don't enact or enforce regulations. We work with businesses that are already here to help them grow and work with new business ventures that would like to locate in Scarborough. Our involvement with this project began several weeks ago with a call from the Boulos Company, a commercial real estate brokerage in Portland, informing us that 6 acres on the 295 connector were now for sale. The typical question that we often get from commercial real estate brokers is, what can we do with this property? As currently zoned, housing was the likely use. Not surprisingly, they and other brokers informed me that there's considerable interest in the property from all kinds of users, which is not surprising when you have 6 acres on Route 1 that's very visible. Taking that into account and carefully reviewing the existing zoning and then discussing the issue with the town staff, I made the decision to recommend the council consider the rezoning of the property to BOR. That was a decision that I instigated and are continuing to consider, or hope to consider. There were a number of factors in this decision. One thing I do want to touch, I don't think I ever used the word contiguous. I think I explained that it was across the road from the BOR zone, and I thought it fit in with the BOR zone. But in response to the update of the comprehensive plan, as we discussed earlier, the CPIC committee created the BOR zone running from the South Portland line to Route 1. And the purpose of the zone from the zoning ordinance is to provide an area within the town of Scarborough that allows for the growth and development of high-quality office and research uses that result in the area becoming a major employment center. As development and/or redevelopment occur within the district, the visual environment is enhanced. Due to the property's proximity to the connector and the likelihood of noise and pollution from vehicles on the connector, the area did not seem to be a suitable place for residential development, although residential development would be allowed under the current zoning. There are a lot of uses in the BOR zone, and some of them are probably not compatible with the neighborhood. And we've gone through them before, but going through them quickly, medical diagnostic facilities are allowed, places of worship, municipal buildings, non-municipal government buildings, instructional and educational service, non-residential institutional uses, business and professional offices, financial insurance and estate offices, personal service establishments, retail businesses, and service establishments with less than 5,000 square feet of gross floor area, excluding car washes, restaurants with no drive-throughs, funeral homes, health clubs, and high technology facilities. There are other permitted uses, but they're site-specific and couldn't go on this lot. I really believe that based on my experience and due to the cost and location of the property, it's unlikely that anything other than medical research or office facilities would locate there, but, there's no guarantee. The property is on the market, and in my opinion, will be sold to someone. Unfortunately, the decision by the MDOT flies in the face of their assertion to the neighborhood, to us, to the town, and to many potential buyers that the property would not be sold. It doesn't matter who instigated the sale. It doesn't matter if it was MDOT, the Lewis Company, or Maine Eye. The fact is that the property is for sale and something will be developed on it. Going along with Scarborough's history of solid, proactive planning, and somehow that word has offended a number of people, Scarborough has directed specific types of growth where it makes sense. And we also felt that it was better planning to add this property to the existing BOR zone rather than explore other avenues, such as contract zoning, when each specific user arrived. I will make it quick, I'm sorry. This was really, and this is something else that has to be clear, this is really, for lack of a better term, a two-track process. My recommendation for rezoning has nothing to do with Maine Eye. Maine Eye was not in the picture. If Maine Eye was not in the picture, I would make the same recommendation, feeling that proactive planning makes sense. Very quickly, after the property came on the market and we started the process, Maine Eye came into the picture and developed a very complete plan for the property, even though the zoning isn't correct. Maine Eye is exactly the type of use that if the zoning was changed, I'd encourage for that. This is a very valuable high-tech project with 100 good jobs. There are 100 jobs now. People leave these jobs. People retire, people move to other jobs and create new jobs. If the zoning's not changed tonight, and that's your responsibility to make that decision, all we can do is make a recommendation. We'll continue to work with Maine Eye, and either in pursuit of a contract zone on this property, if they want to move on with that, or to try to find them another property as long as they have an interest in Scarborough. I really think this type of use would be very valuable to somewhere in Scarborough. But the one thing that people have to remember, we can't make them go somewhere they don't want to go. It's their money. They have to pick the site they want. If you change the zoning tonight, they may go forward with this. Some of you might remember, we had a groundbreaking for Fairchild's East Coast headquarters. It's not here. It doesn't mean this project will be built. If the zoning changes, I hope they'll continue on with their process and listen to the town. One other quick thing to mention, all of the things mentioned about traffic, zoning, wetlands, stormwater movement will all be considered by the planning board, by DEP, possibly the Corps of Engineers, during the process of anyone who's going to use that process. Just because they buy the land doesn't mean they don't have to do anything. And I'll conclude now. Our job is to build jobs and tax base for the future. What it does, it helps offset the cost of services demanded by residential development. What we've always tried hard to do is balance the needs of both the community and commercial development to meet our role and to maintain the high quality of life that Scarborough residents demand. With good planning, win-win situations are possible. We haven't made these decisions lightly, but we made them based on our experience and professional expertise. That's all we can do. It's up to the council to make a decision that meets the needs of the town. We hope our involvement in this project has been helpful, and I'll be happy to answer any question I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, there's a motion on the floor, and once there's a motion on the floor. Okay.
I'd like to pick up on
Councilor Sullivan.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Ravi.
Okay, first of all, I would welcome Maine Eye Care with open arms. I'm all for business coming to Scarborough, but business in the right place. To start off, Harvey made a point, which I thought was a point all along, that we could change, as a council, we could change this zone, the BOR, and Maine Eye Care could decide not to go ahead with the project. Then what could go in there as a project now that we changed the BOR? Maybe a six-story building, we don't know. So there's a lot of ifs with that. Let's see, the next thing that I had was, I think down the Green Acres had a reasonable expectation that that piece of property would remain open space, okay, for forever. Myself, I would think the same thing. It was taken on the eminent domain from a landowner. It is not private land. The state took it from somebody on an eminent domain. So I have a lot of heartburn with that. They're turning around and selling it for all these years later at a profit. If they didn't take that piece of property on the eminent domain for a buffer for the neighborhood, why did they take all that land? That's my question. It was unnecessary. And it should have, if they weren't going to use it, it should have reverted back to the landowner. As far as this counselor telling any of your neighbors that this is the way it's going to be and to suck it up, that's not my style. It's very important to the neighbors. I can see this issue is. Even I can see it's more important than the nursing care facility that was going to go in. A lot more of you are out to voice your opinions on it with phone calls, emails. Let's see, what else did I have here? The procedure, as far as the procedure goes, I was a little set off by, I thought the procedure would be that that this be brought to CPAC and the committee meet with the neighborhood and work with the neighbors on, as far as a comprehensive plan, where that R2 zoning is old zoning, that probably may or may not be compatible anymore, but it is R2 right now, and it hasn't been changed, and any of those changes would go through CPEC, as far as I'm concerned. And I guess I'll end it there with those comments.
Before we go to further council comments, our council rules say that we take up no new items after 10 o'clock, and so I need to have a motion from a councilor that we continue to proceed. We'll complete this item because this is old business, but for the benefit of the folks that are here for the Higgins Beach issues, I need to know whether you're willing to continue to proceed with new business, because it is after 10.
Madam Chair, may I, through you, ask how many folks interested in the Higgins Beach item are still out and about tonight? Then I would comfortably make a motion, we suspend the rules and continue with new business, starting with order number 10103.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. You're staying up late tonight, Ron, whether you want to or not.
Again.
Okay, other councilor comments on the BOR? Council Wood.
Thank you. This is a very, very interesting subject. I find this stuff very interesting, zoning and the like. Site plans, really enjoyed my 9 years on the planning board, and I continue to enjoy my involvement in CPEC and the like on these kinds of things. Couple things have been said that I think it's important to, for me anyway, I don't really care about the word contiguous because I don't see any relevancy, to be honest with you. And the fact that, and the town's done a lot of zoning throughout town over the years, and whether one zone's contiguous to another is of little regard in my recollection in the discussion. And I do know the definition of contiguous, and those that didn't before tonight probably do now, so thank you for the Webster's definition. But it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter. What matters here for me is, and I want to pause for a second. I want to recognize that Mr. Rosenfeld, representing SEDCO, has done great things for this town, and I know all of you believe that, because I know you believe it, because I know that the common denominator here on any issue that brings us all out tonight is how you love Scarborough, and that has a lot to do with that kind of work that comes from there. And you love Scarborough, I would imagine, because of the way that the town has grown and been managed and has dealt with the popularity of folks that, like Maine Eye Care. So I know that he's done a great job, and it's his job to bring these kinds of things before us. I've heard, stop the discussion. But we can't stop these discussions, because when we stop these kinds of discussions, we don't progress. You need to have these discussions. I know how you want them to end, certainly, many times, and that's fine, but we need to have the discussion. The issue with this, when I look at this, I see, if I could see no other neighborhood around there, I think this is a great use of this piece of property, and that kind of an applicant. But I don't see Maine Eye Care when I look at this. I see the BOR zone. Because if we were to adopt this area in town and call it BOR, 5 minutes later, Maine Eye Care could have a better office somewhere. So I'm not really, forgive me, but the site plan stuff, the impervious surface stuff, the salamander population, none of that means anything to me. I'm looking at the zone. I'm looking at the piece of property. Is it the best use for that piece of property? But the thing that I struggle with on this one is it hasn't followed a very successful, I'll call it formula, that has probably gone on much to many folks in here's unawareness, and that's fine. I think that's good, because I think that speaks to its successfulness, in that what we've done over the last several years is on the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee, which is responsible for implementing this document that you all approved, is to discuss the zoning that this document says that we should institute, and then go out into the neighborhoods and have open discussion about what we're talking about and why. And we get a lot of feedback from those events. And the first couple aren't always, shaking hands and hugging and that kind of stuff. But by the third, we go back, we fine-tune, we erase, we amend, and et cetera, and overwhelmingly, at the end of the day, the town council is considering a zone change in town, and there's nobody here, because most of that hard work's been done. And that's what makes this different. And it's nobody's fault. The route this took, I'm not blaming anybody. I mean, it's an avenue that's available, and that's why it occurred in many ways. But I don't want to change it to BOR because I don't like the way it got here. But I'll be open and honest with you. If it came through the normal process, we might be having this discussion in a CPIC neighborhood meeting, and it would never have left CPIC to go to the town council, possibly. I don't know. My guess is probably one of them. But that's why I will vote in favor of keeping it R2 today. And I do applaud everyone for coming out and staying involved in your towns. It's wonderful to see it come out. I like the discussion, the discourse. And again, I applaud SEDCO for their continued efforts to keep the residential and commercial tax equation in such a balance that continues to keep us at the envy of our neighbors as it relates to our tax levy and obligations. And this has nothing to do with Maine Eye Care. I, again, would echo the comments of Councilor Sullivan that I hope that they find an opportunity to locate somewhere in town in Scarborough. We have a good reputation of finding opportunities for such high-end applicants. But as it relates to changing this piece of property, I'd vote against changing to BR because of the process. And I'll just conclude by saying, and we talked about this in the last meeting, I think, the R2 zone, and I think more of you know better tonight, and maybe over your last couple of weeks, you spoke about the hard work you've done, the research. You all know better now than ever, probably before, what can be built in the R2 zone. And it's not, danger, warning, warning. It's just out there. It's just there for everyone to see. The hospice actually is located in the R2 zone. It wasn't rezoned. What actually happened is, and I was on the planning board with a room full of folks at that time, and my charge is different, of course, at that point, but the hospice was added to an approved use in the existing zone. So see, it can happen that way too. But the zone was not changed. So, I'm comforted by the fact that you're mindful of what can be built there. And I do believe that since the land is for sale, it will be sold because it is a prized piece of property. And someone comes forward and wants to build or improve on that piece of property within the R2 zone allowances, there's not a whole lot you can do if the applicant is checking all the boxes and going by the rules. So, of course, you can be influential in expressing your desires for setbacks and light pollution and amount of impervious surface, put it in the back of the building. That would be my immediate, don't put the parking in the front, put it in the back. But anyway, I've said enough, but I thank you for your input, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor DeAndrea.
Yes, thanks. I want to thank everybody for coming out. The Maple Ave, Elmwood Ave neighborhood is sort of one of my home away from homes in Scarborough. When I feed it around town 2 years ago campaigning, I pretty much knocked on every door there. So I really got to know some of the folks in the neighborhood and really appreciate everybody coming out tonight. I will not support the change from R2 to BOR tonight. I don't think it fits with the neighborhood. I would agree with many of the comments that were made here tonight. I would hope that we would encourage people who are looking at that property to use it for neighborhood property. As our town grows and we have established neighborhoods, I would hope that those neighborhoods could grow out rather than collapse in, because we still will need more housing for our growing population. I know that this neighborhood has been demonized in some ways about how they were the neighborhood that did not want the hospice. Well, we all know that that's not true, that it was more about business moving into the neighborhood and setting a dangerous precedent for that, and we've seen that sweeping through the neighborhood. And I think we're seeing that as part of this evening. And I'm glad that folks have come out to talk about that. What I would love to see is the town should address the state and ask the state if we could lease that piece of property for $1 for the next 100 years and turn it into a neighborhood park. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Okay, so I live pie in the sky. But I think that that would be a wonderful use for it. I am very curious about having heard that that property was taken by eminent domain and now is being sold at a profit. That is disconcerting to me. So I just wanted to throw out those few things, and again, thank everybody for being here tonight, including Maine I, wherever you are. I hope you stay in Scarborough. That really is the kind of business that we want here. It makes perfect sense for us, and I hope they become the first new tenant of the Higas Parkway. I would applaud that, and I would go down and help them shovel the dirt. Thanks.
The councilors? Council Hobart?
I'm going to be quick because I'm tired. I'm not going to support the BOR zone tonight. But I've been very on the fence about this because I also look at this parcel and I don't have warm, fuzzy feelings about it being R2 either. What concerns me is homes abutting, Route 1 and a 295 connector. That might not be the best look for it. Whether that means I would like to see this go back to CPIC and have a full look and a full in-depth conversation about, I know it went back once in the aspects of looking at it as BOR, but I would like it to be looked at as what's the best use in zoning for that. Because I really don't want to see houses up near around where those roads are. Other than that, again, unfortunately, the town, I'm just going to reiterate this town has no control over what the state's going to do with that. I wish we did. Like many other councilors, it burns me. My best advice I can give you is call your congressman, call your representatives, scream as loud as you can. It should never, something that's taken by eminent domain should never be resold unless it's to the person they took it from.
Councilor Elquist.
I think I was going to get hurt by that pin swinging around.
And I talk with my hands.
I'm thinking Avi should be sitting here, not me.
I can use it twice?
Yeah. I wanted to thank everybody for the phone calls. I appreciate it. I talked to many of you. It was very interesting, and I enjoyed that. My email has been offline for the last month, which tonight I'm thinking is probably a good thing. But it'll be up and running sometime. But anyway, I think you folks probably can count the votes by now and where this is going to go. But and I echo a lot of those comments that people have already made, certainly. For me, though, it's about CPIC. I mean, I don't understand why it doesn't come from CPIC and this whole thing wasn't referred again to them. Let them make the decision. I take a lot of comfort in what they do. I mean, I consider them somewhat the experts in this stuff, and they put a lot of time, energy, and effort into this whole process. And I would just feel better, and I agree. I hope if we vote this down tonight, which I think it's, if a change it isn't going to happen, I would hope that we would either a part of the motion or an amendment, or we can all agree that this should probably go back to CPIC. That's my comments.
Now I get my turn?
You get your turn.
I get my turn. Had a lot of things written down. Certainly everybody is, or maybe everybody is not aware, I am personally involved in this because I've lived in this neighborhood for 37 years. The neighborhood does have a long history. I actually have the original subdivision map from 1923. And the lots were 75 by 75, and they went all the way to this parcel. So, and then the stock market crashed in 1929, and it didn't happen. Didn't happen until the mid to late 40s when they started building the homes. But it was the first housing development in Scarborough. So that's kind of neat, and I think that's why it's kind of neat and special. Personal preference, leave it alone, hope nothing ever happens to it. Is that a reality? I don't think so. All the issues relative to DOT, it's the chicken or the egg, moot point. DOT put it up for sale, and you and I all know the state tax situation is not looking pretty right now. So that's perhaps one of the reasons why they were willing to say yes at this point in time. I'm not trying to use scare tactics, but something is going to go there, even if it's residential. And the design that was provided to us by Mr. Hughes is a nice design, but it's probably not the one the subdivision developer is going to bring into us. So we're going to lose the trees, and we're going to lose something. I hope that doesn't happen. But I do like the idea of, we need to have some neighborhood meetings and talk about it and have it go back to CPIC and really get together as a group and see how we can come together, because I'm not real happy about having lots of homes back there. But that's my personal opinion, and maybe, there'll be enough of us that say that same thing, and I'll win that one, but I don't know. Certainly, too, as I've agonized over this, I haven't slept for a week, like I usually do, and I've really agonized over it. I've gone from yay to nay, and felt very ostracized by my neighbors. Finally, they came forward and spoke with me, which I am very, very grateful for. I, put my car in the garage thinking, anything could happen to it. I was really getting worried.
Rough neighborhood.
Yeah.
What kind of neighborhood is it?
Whoa. So, but anyway, I've thought of all of the things, and I think, I like Councilor DeAndrea's idea, and I did mention that to a couple of folks. Maybe we can talk to the land trust. Maybe there's some option out there that we haven't explored yet, but I think collectively, if we gather together collectively, we may come up with some neat ideas. Maybe things will work out for the best. So all in all, certainly, I am not going to support the change to the BOR tonight. I'm going to pray very hard that nobody with a lot of money in their back pocket comes along real soon, so that we as a community can at least gather together and come up with some concrete ideas that are positive for everybody involved. So that's where I stand. So, any other comments or questions from the council?
Do we need an amendment, or can we all agree that this should go back to CPIC? Mike?
I thought it was,
I think, if it's a consensus, yeah.
Okay.
We're okay.
Do we all agree to that? I think we do.
I don't think you need an amendment. I think that,
As long as the council
We're gonna
is
kill it, so.
in agreement.
I thought we were supposed to have already sent this to CPIC.
Send it back to CPIC?
No,
is what it was?
Back,
Originally,
we sent it for the
back.
space in bulk that was relative to the BOR that currently exists on the other side of Route 1.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
For no
not
problem.
specifically relative to this.
I thought it went back for that.
Okay,
The only one who's really narrow.
We all agree.
yes, I know.
Right.
I'm getting to that. Getting there. Okay, no other comments, questions? All those in favor of the motion as it's presented to change the Elmwood Avenue property from an R2 to a BOR, all those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. And thank you.
Order 10-94 is act to authorize the town manager to enter into an agreement with the residents of the Cranberry Pines concerning improvement and acceptance of the Cranberry Pines Road.
Can we hold just we're just going to hold for a section. The people from Green Acres get to go to bed, the rest of us stay up.
I didn't vote for that.
It's not the end of the world. Some of us don't get to sleep like you do. I'll be sleeping to sleep till 10 or so tomorrow. It's not tomorrow.
I get a neighborhood meeting. They can help me.
Judy, can we at least not do the counselor comments and all that stuff tonight?
You can put some tape across Mike's mouth, he'll be all right.
Okay, I'll run out to my car, Mike, and get a roll of tape.
Okay.
You never do that. Because, no, I didn't. Jessica.
Oh, I got her number, I'm calling her 4:30
Okay.
when I get up with Little Rich.
Order number 1094 has been read by the clerk. I recognize Mr. Bell.
Right there.
Bruce Bell, 13 West Beach Ridge Road. I want to start by saying that I'm not here to represent my neighborhood. I'm only here to represent myself. First off,
Thank you.
First off, I want to thank you for tabling this order at your last council meeting. It produced a meeting that was held last night, which the other part of the council chambers was full. It was 19 residents out of 25, many residents from the Cranberry Pines neighborhood, and a number of councilors, as well as the town manager. I want to thank the town manager for all his cooperation and what he's done to give me any information he could, keep me informed, and to work with me and get this neighborhood meeting scheduled and happening. I want to thank the councilors that were there present. The issues that were discussed at the last council meeting involved what I call 3 right-of-ways. You have the Cranberry Pines Road in itself. You have an unimproved right-of-way of the continuation of Cranberry Pines. I look at that as one. The other 2 went off to the west, headed towards the Hidden Creek development. Neither one of those, in my estimation, are of any value to the town whatsoever. There is accesses to that town property off in the Hidden Creek development in 2 locations. In fact, if you go down Chestnut, you look at any of the site plans, you'll find there's a dedicated access to those town properties. So those 2 I see of no value. The one that I have the most interest in is the last approximately 400 feet of the unimproved section of right-of-way, which is a continuance of Cranberry Pines. At the meeting, after much discussion, there was a ask of show of hands on having this remain in the control of the town, you, the council, and the majority of the citizens that were present voted in affirmative for that, and at this time, I support their choice. What I am asking tonight, and was prepared with the document, was that you read into the minutes the sentiments of what was put together to protect what we thought was our interest in the neighbors that were at the meeting last night, as well as Cranberry Pines. Arriving at the meeting, I found there was one already had been produced. And it, in effect, reaches all the sentiments of what I was looking for. I support this. I support what the Cranberry Pines Association is trying to accomplish here, and I encourage you to pass this tonight with that sentiment of those considerations that Councilman Wood has put together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on the Cranberry Pines before the council entertains a motion? May I have a motion, please?
Move approval of order number 1094.
Second.
Discussion. Councilor Holbrook.
I just wanted to make sure, before I forget, because it's getting late, at the request of the citizen, to have this read in to the minutes, you're gonna read them in?
Well, I could,
So that was all. I just
okay,
wanted to make sure that that was read in.
When complete, I'll read it in.
Okay.
Councilor Alquist.
I went to the meeting last night, and I thought it was a pretty healthy discussion. I think everybody at the end came to a reasonable agreement. We all seemed to leave as friends. That was good. But I do support this. It's been a long haul for the Cranberry Pines folks, and, we go way back. I think Bruce Bell and I go way back to the beginning, and we had concerns then that it's a private road and emergency access and all those kind of things. But I understand where we are today, and I appreciate the fact that, the money that they're putting up to do this, to bring it up to town standards. I think it's in our best interest to do that. So I wholeheartedly support this. I support reading into the record the statement that they came up with last night. I think it's a good one, so let's do it.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yes, I thought last night's meeting was very productive. I think it smoothed things out, made people feel a little bit more comfortable with what's going to be taking place. A lot went on with this agreement, a lot of changes with it being worked out. Glad that the rest of the council felt the way I did in tabling it, giving us a little time, another 2 weeks to make sure things are perfect on it. I'm all in favor of helping the people at Cranberry Pines with the situation that they're in with their road. And I think it's, everything good will come out of it.
Councilor Wood.
Okay, thank you. Before some general comments, I'd like to ask Tony through the chair what the best way would be to introduce this to be a permanent part of the record. Would you recommend an amendment to the motion, or
No, just read it into the...
just read it into the minutes? Okay, with permission through the chair, I'd like to read this short paragraph into the motion, so it's a part of the permanent record. This was an important part of the discussion from last night from the folks that came out and discussed this item. I call it the Sylvia Amendment. This motion does not reflect any present intent of the council to accept the unbuilt portion of Cranberry Pines Road as a public road, but acquiring the right-of-way for that unbuilt portion will preserve options for the town in the future. Notice will be provided to property owners on Cranberry Pines Road, West Beach Ridge Road, and Grant Road regarding any future discussion regarding the unbuilt portion of the Cranberry Pines Road to ensure the public is properly informed. Now, this language is important on many levels. Certainly it was very important to the folks who came out last night. And it's hard because that map shows quite a distance. But at the end of what is improved roadway now is a 400-foot long right-of-way, 50-foot long wide, that goes into large acreage of unimproved property. And the concern of West Beach Ridge Road, Grant Road, and Cranberry Pines, and certainly others, is the potential future interconnectivity between West Beach Ridge and Broadturn. So this language here is an additional safety net, if you will, to ensure, whether it be 5 years, 15 years, or 50 years from now, where somebody might want to introduce that concept of interconnecting Cranberry Pines with West Beach Ridge and Broadturn, that these residents are part of that discussion early on.
And I think, too, the other intent of this was that years down the road, the agreement may be lost, but the record of the intent of the council at this time will be kept, as we keep those records.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And real quickly, I support this amendment, and I applaud the Cranberry Pines folks for staying at the table over the last couple of years. I think your first offer, if you will, was something that you probably got, I recall that the feedback was, I felt bad about it all, to be honest with you. But I appreciate you coming back and putting your money where your mouth is. The town is going to take over Cranberry Pines, improve it to town standards, which is expensive, and Cranberry Pines is paying for it. That's the long and short of it. Some folks are concerned with precedent setting. I believe the component that I just spoke about, that 400-foot long, 50-foot wide right-of-way, ensures in my mind, how unique and valuable this particular agreement is that may not make the next request down the road, no pun intended, to be all that interesting for the town. Because that control, the town, and hence the public, controlling what happens with that 400-foot long, 50-foot right-of-way ensures that the public has a seat at the table of any future discussion for any potential interconnectivity. And that's an important distinction for me. And I was pleased that the group last night saw it that way too. And that's what makes me feel comfortable with the agreement that's in front of us tonight. And thank you, Tom, for your hard work also over the last several months on this.
For comments?
I want to remind the council procedurally, I did provide you a sequence of events. This contemplates actions on both parties, I should say, over the next 6 to 7 to 8 months. So, though the agreement will be signed in the near term, the execution of all the details will occur as budget approvals are granted, as weather permits construction in the spring. And about that time, when the roads improve, we'll come back to you and actually have you consider accepting as a town way that improved portion of the road, and that will really solidify the concerns we've heard tonight. So I just want to warn you that's the next time you'll see this.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of order number 1094, with the caveat that the minutes will reflect the sentiment as expressed by Mr. Wood. Opposed? Thank you.
Under new business, order number 10-103 is a first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed amendments to Chapter 601, the Town of Scarborough Traffic Ordinance, Section 29, Parking Restrictions, Section 2, Higgins Beach, from April 1st to October 1st of each year, subsections C and D.
Perhaps I could provide some introduction?
We'll let the manager give a little bit of introduction first, please, and then...
Just very quickly, just so everyone knows what's in front of council, and I'll speak to orders 10, 103, 104, and 105, as they all pertain to the 9 recommendations that came from the ad hoc parking committee that in fact require some level of action on the part of council. The clerk and myself prepared these in 3 separate actions. They can stand alone. They could all be passed, none could be passed, or they can be passed individually, if you will. They do not reflect the opinion or recommendation of staff. We have attempted to bring forward straight recommendations from the committee. We really did not receive any direction prior to tonight from council. You simply received their report. You didn't provide any advice on whether you liked it or not. So what you see before you, again, in each of those 3 actions, and we can talk about them as they come up, do reflect the 9 recommendations from the committee.
And I would remind everybody, these are all first readings, okay? So this is the first opportunity to ask questions on it. I would ask anybody who's going to speak, again, please give your name and address, and we will still be under the 3-minute rule.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Excuse me. My name is Jim Reekle, and I live full-time at 6 Morning Street at Higgins, which is on the water side of Bayview, so perhaps my perspective is different than others. I'm a strong advocate of maximizing on-street, off-season parking. And the issue central to my concern is the uniqueness of Higgins. Higgins is unique in its physical characteristics and equally important in how it serves the public. It's the site for a variety of human activities resulting in a live, vibrant, and forever-changing site. To mandate a 2-block walk from the parking lot to the beach in the off-season will certainly diminish this flow of activity and thus change the character of the beach. I repeat, that's my genuine concern. As an aside, I'd just like to state that a parking ban will affect far more non-surfing beachgoers than surfers. Based on 10-year historical data, from September through May, there's essentially no surf 2/3 of the time, and good to better surf 2 days a month. So the major impact of a parking ban is going to be on the public that is not surfing. I encourage the council to provide ready access and convenient access to all of Scarborough's beaches, as was proposed last spring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Corthell, 1 Wedgewood Street. I want to address sort of these together, but actually even go back to the report. I believe that the Higgins Beach parking proposals were submitted by an ad hoc committee that I believe did not represent the town of Scarborough adequately, and whose work appears to be an attempt to restrict parking and access to the beach. I've read all the committee meeting minutes, and in my opinion, there was no attempt to consider all options and to find balanced solutions to the residents' valid concerns and the public's right to access the beach. Most of the issues the residents face involve a lack of reasonable parking rules and the enforcement of such rules. While I agree that a ban on parking on Spurwink Road is appropriate for safety reasons, and that parking regulations should encourage visitor parking in the town-owned lot, there is no reason to limit parking along Bayview to 30 minutes. Considering additional handicap parking spaces on Bayview would be reasonable. There's no rational reason to restrict on-street parking year-round at Higgins Beach. Many streets are too narrow for parking on both sides of the street, but are adequate for parking on one side of the street. And Acorn Lane is plenty wide for parking on one side of the street. A regulation more reasonable than the current proposals might include one side of the street parking, where appropriate, with specific prohibitions against blocking driveways and mailboxes, the most often brought up issue in my conversations with residents. Enforcement, including immediate towing of cars parked on the wrong side of the street or those blocking the residents' driveways and mailboxes, would be effective. I can't believe that here in Scarborough we don't have small businesses willing to tow cars violating reasonable parking regulations that are posted in detail at $100 a vehicle. And using towing to help enforce parking regulations is effective across this country. There's no reason it can't be effective in Higgins Beach. I have no doubt that the ad hoc committee members were sincere in their efforts, but there's so many options that were not considered by the ad hoc committee that these proposals should be rejected as a whole, and a more inclusive group should be convened to do a thorough study of the real issues the residents face, and to consider all options thoroughly, and to bring more comprehensive, balanced, and reasonable proposals to the town council. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed further, we are, at this point in time, discussing order number 10103, which involves 3 recommendations made by the committee. 1, to create the 5-minute drop-off zones. Number 2, no unloading or stopping except in the drop-off zone, signage for that purpose. And 5, no parking on Spurwink from Wildwood to Pleasant Hill Road. So, this is the order 10103. Those are the 3 recommendations that this order is addressing. So,
Is the next one for?
the next order is that will address number 6 and 8, which is the Acorn Lane parking and the parking on Bayview.
Should I not, if I'm talking about the parking on Bayview, should I?
Right. I mean, I think we need to go in order of the orders so that we're not all confused. And maybe we all are, I don't know, but, yeah.
Thank you, Judy, for that, actually. That was a question I had. Sue Foley Ferguson, 331 Black Point Road, Scarborough. I'm against eroding any more parking spaces at Higgins Beach.
Excuse me.
And I know that Judy,
Sue?
I'm not going there. I understand.
all right.
You were talking to the manager when I said I'm not going there.
Okay.
I'm going to go there the next one.
Okay, we need to be discussing the first order.
I understand that.
Okay.
You didn't hear what I said. I'm thinking that the placing of all 3 of these, or the first 2 of these orders are possibly premature, that the council may have skipped a step on. And this is just a rhetorical question. What is the recommendation that came out of the ordinance committee? And it's rhetorical because I just found out today that it never went to the ordinance committee. And I spent 3 years and six years on the council and 3 years as the ordinance chair. And I know that other people on the council have also been ordinance chair. And when there are ordinances that come forward, when the ad hoc committee gives recommendations, it goes to the ordinance committee because that's where the information is vetted. That's where the police and the fire come and people can ask questions. That's where data comes in. It's usually at the committee, not at this town council where I only have 3 minutes to really spout what I have. So it saves the council from suffering through 11 p.m. Things. So, and the second point I'd like to make is that sometimes these recommendations from ad hoc committees are evaluated and found not to be consistent with plans, and that usually happens in committee as well. And one of the things I didn't think that happened with either of these is that the institutional knowledge that existed from people who were involved in the first 2 Higgins Beach plans were involved. I was not involved, and yet I was on the steering committee for the Saco Bay Regional Planning. I had no idea that these folks were going to be talking about the specificity that they spoke about. And I can assure you that the 1980 and 1999 parking recommendations were not accepted or as a consensus. And this particular report does indicate that there was consensus on it. There might have been within that 7-person committee, but not within the community. And I don't think you guys are going to get a chance to hear that until the public hearing. And I think that's really a shame, because what I would ask you to do is throw these 2 items, at least these 2 items, back to the ordinance committee so that we can get some of that data and we can talk about it, not just with 7 committee members, but with the whole community. And then just finally, based on what Judy told me, or Councilor Roy said about the 5-minute drop-offs, I am concerned specifically about the 5-minute drop-offs, and I'll tell you why. Because in the summertime, lots of people go down those dead-end lanes to drop off. And I can tell you, you're going to have backups galore if you limit drop-off spots. Now, I didn't know exactly where they were recommending. If they were recommending 1, that's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. If they're recommending a bunch of them, that might be different. But I can tell you right now, the backup would be tremendous, and that I myself do go in, drop off at the dead end, then go park my car, or sometimes actually take my car back to my house. Somebody drops me off. So I just wanted to.
Just for the record, the 2 previous studies were in fact reviewed by the committee as well as included in the packet, which was the report to the council. So, I mean, those reports were involved, so. Okay. Other folks?
Not on this one, I guess.
Not on this one. I need a motion.
I'll move approval of order number 10-103.
Second.
Carol.
I have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure, maybe to the manager. On item C, upon the northerly side of Spurwink Road from Pleasant Hill, continuing to the southerly side of Wildwood Lane, does that mean there would be parking on one side of Spurwink, but not on the other, or are we considering no parking on Spurwink?
I beg your pardon, I believe the recommendation is no parking either side.
Because when it said northerly, I just wasn't clear what that meant. That's what I thought it meant, but I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
That was existing language. That was an oversight on our part. The recommendation is in fact to prohibit parking on either side of Spurwink.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Oh, Constantine, I'm sorry, I was spacing.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
There is a motion on the floor.
I'd
You'd
like
to make
to
an amendment?
Make an amendment, excuse me.
Thank
It is getting late, you're right, Counselor Hope. I'd like to make an amendment that we move this to the ordinance committee, which it frankly did skip. I'm curious as to why it came out of the ordinance committee but never came back there. So I'm just wondering if that's where it should be. I think Ms. Foley Ferguson makes a very valid point about that.
The motion to on the floor to amend this order to send it back to, send it to ordinance. Need a
Gotta have
second?
a second.
You'll second it for purposes of discussion? I guess I would start by saying that, I think the question came up once during the process, and not always has ad hoc committee reports been required or gone to ordinance committee. And I was the council liaison on that committee, and we met weekly from June through September. And my feeling was that it certainly had worked through all of the potential issues, concerns, but I will let others weigh in on that. So, thanks.
Thank you. Just a point of order, then a couple of comments. Would it not be more procedurally correct to motion that it be tabled and then forwarded on to ordinance?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yes, I don't believe an amendment would be appropriate. You need
what I
to
was thinking.
dispense with it, whether it's to send it to committee or deal with it yourself.
But part of that motion can be, it's the direction that's,
Can I amend my amendment?
No, you need to just
you gotta take it
Can I
off.
amend my second?
take it off.
Get rid of
You
it first.
withdraw your amendment?
Yes, I can withdraw my
Does the second
amendment.
withdraw their amendment?
And then I would have to move to table?
To ordinance committee.
To a date certain?
To the ordinance committee on their next agenda?
Which is not going to be until January 28th?
Nope, not true.
December
No, December.
28th.
December 28th.
If I could, you should table to a date certain of your agenda, not someone else's.
Yes.
If you wish.
Because
for
we
them to
might
review
not
it in
get the work
meantime.
done that fast.
It would seem appropriate to give it ample time to
Yeah,
be
I would say not till
discussed.
February.
Okay, that's, whatever's fine with you.
Choose the date, February. When's your council?
Because of course I'm speaking for you, you are the chair.
Second,
Well, I haven't been appointed yet, have I?
February 2nd,
She has to read those then.
or the 16th? February 16th?
Is that the next
Yeah,
one, Karen?
I think that we could probably, unless the manager feels differently about that.
Say on or before, and just pick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on or before.
on or before.
Yeah, fine.
So the motion includes language that it would, the order would be sent to ordinance committee for review, to return to the council for action and first reading on or before February 16th.
All three items,
Can we just?
No, we're just
No, we're
talking about
just
the first
doing-
order. And
One at a time, I think.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I'm just waiting for this motion to be finished up.
Cameras
Yeah,
are
that's-
rolling, go ahead.
That is
Wait
my
for the-
motion.
Okay, so, been moved and seconded to
Okay.
table to date certain on or before February 16th, to go to ordinance committee and come back on or before February 16th to the council.
And is that just for order number 103, or are we, but right now, we're just moving order 103?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
Discussion on that?
No discussion on the
No
motion
discussion, I'm
table.
sorry. All those in favor?
Order number 10-104 is first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed amendments to Chapter 601, the Town of Scarborough Traffic Ordinance, Section 29, parking restrictions, subsection 2, Higgins Beach, from April 1st to October 1st of each year, subsection A.
Move to table. Oops, sorry.
Can't.
Well, she'll hold it.
At the order, is there anybody that wanted to get?
It is.
Keep in mind what we're about here,
Yeah.
I think, so.
Yeah, I'm Janice Parenti, 345 Pleasant Hill Road, and I'm very confused right now, because actually I'm here to present an alternative that I've already presented to the counselors earlier in the week, but my alternative takes into account both the drop-off and the potential, or the suggestion to ban parking on Bayview, or in the whole area of Higgins Beach. So I guess I'll just continue with it, and hope that you table the whole thing after I finish.
I'm but one vote. I don't know where they're going. Go ahead.
First, I'm going to...
Sure.
These pretty little boards, and after Dan Bacon's beautiful presentation, I'm kind of feeling silly, so I'm going to... So basically, I wanted to, before I put this alternative up, based on all the opposition that we heard earlier in the night, I think it warrants, another kind of amendment to be on the table for discussion, and that would be the do-nothing alternative. We have the full ban, and I believe that there are so many people opposed to this that there's also a do-nothing alternative, which means, keep everything the way it is down at Higgins Beach, or even what the ordinance committee suggested last spring, actually to increase the number of days in the off-season for free parking. Okay, so that being one extreme and the total ban being the other, what I've tried to do is come up with something kind of in between, where we look at the geometry of the space on Bayview, and we try to look at the needs of the off-season and the in-season, the drop-off needs and the parking needs, and also pair all of that with the stated concerns from the study and try to come up with some kind of solution that works for everybody. And here, Councilor Holbrook had brought up an idea of angled parking. So I tried to put some lines onto a map here to try to look at something like this. And the more work I put into it, the more it seemed like something like this would work. What it would entail is the parking after the ramp at Higgins Beach all the way to Morning Street. And basically, the one-way street on Bayview would be retained. On the left-hand side, we would take away the current pedestrian walking zone and move that to another place that I'll talk about in a second. But in the meantime, that gives us enough space for emergency vehicles to come through and such. The angled parking gives all kinds of traffic
Madam Chair,
issues.
point of order. The speaker should be addressing the council and not the audience.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to just put this away. So anyway, I think there are, my point is, I think there are alternatives that can both address the opposition concerns as well as the concerns that were put in the study. And hopefully this is a discussion that will be part of whatever goes on in the next couple of weeks. And hopefully you'll table it in the meantime. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi, my name is Inez Rogachevsky. I live on 35 Deek Street in South Portland, Maine, but I have lived at Higgins Beach as a winter rental in the past, in the past. And I use Higgins Beach year-round for all types of activities. I am definitely against any further parking restrictions, as are many, many other people at Higgins Beach. And one thing I wanted to point out was that the off-season is a time of year when the people who work, live, contribute to the Maine community and pay taxes to maintain Higgins Beach and the streets at Higgins Beach, they can enjoy parking in front of the beach and leisurely recreate. That after the high season is over, that's the time that they get to go park in front of the beach, get out of their cars, and use the beach that they help maintain. To take that away is inconsistent with other Scarborough public beaches, and it's not supported by safety concerns. It's not supported by police records in Scarborough, any safety issues that have been brought up in terms of restricting the on-street parking. Furthermore, beachgoers visiting Higgins Beach, they stop to buy gas, food, supplies at Scarborough businesses. And limiting the access to Higgins Beach is going to affect where beachgoers choose to go, and consequently, revenue for Scarborough businesses during the slower winter months, and I think that's really important for the town to consider. So Higgins Beach parking, it's only fair that it should be consistent with other Scarborough beaches, and there was a gentleman up here earlier this evening who said, I go with my kids in, April, and I can't park there, and it's not high season, I'm a Scarborough resident, I just want to get out of the car and walk down to the beach. So that would be consistent with other Scarborough beaches, and I would hope that you would not only vote to not take on the committee's parking proposal, but also to actually expand the limit to September 15th to May 1st, which was what I am under the impression was the original intent of the ordinance committee when it originally got together, was actually to make it consistent with other Scarborough beaches.
Adam Steinman, 18 Cottage Lane, Higgins resident, 07 to 2010. I moved to Maine in 1992, in large part to be closer to the ocean. I moved from Washington, D.C. I moved my family here in large part because Maine has the largest coastal zone of any of the East Coast states. I've been in love with the Northeast my entire life, and one of the main reasons I came here was the fact that I could actually have access to the beach all year round. I had the good fortune of living at Higgins. I didn't have to worry about on-street parking because I could park in my own driveway. That said, I commuted from Cumberland for 17 years. My kids grew up on Higgins Beach. We've used that beach basically for every possible recreation activity. And I am fully against the proposal, and in fact, I would go further than both Janice and Inez. I actually think that there should be on-street parking all year round. We're not here to talk about that, but I have not heard one compelling reason why there should be any compelling reason that is backed up by facts that would lead this council to take a public resource, restrict that access to a few, and do it in the name of safety. I haven't seen any police records that have supported it. I've never seen an accident on Ocean View or Bayview Road, and I've been going down there for 20 years. I haven't heard a compelling reason why Higgins Beach is so unique in its parking situation. It should be different than the other beach communities within Scarborough. And really, yeah, there have been a few pictures. That's an enforcement issue. That is not a parking issue. And to couple those two together is really being disingenuous. And if we have problems with the way some people are behaving, that's really a public safety issue, and it can be dealt with as a public safety issue by the Public Safety Department. But to couple the two together and say, oh, and therefore we should not have on-street parking during the off-season, really, I think, is confusing the issues, and you're restricting a very, very, very important, not only public resource, but town resource to a few, and it's not going to be in the best interest of the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Hughes, 4 Honeywell. I actually hate the beach during the summer. I don't go to the beach during the summer because I just find it very uncomfortable, hot. I'm a sailor, I like going out on the water, and that's where I get my enjoyment. I love the beach during the winter. That's when I go down there. And that's when I bring my family down there to enjoy it. I think it's a special place in the winter to restrict access to the rest of the town, to the Higgins Beach area, is, not fair to the rest of the community. We've invested a lot of time down there. I worked with the town I was on the committee to replace the seawall. I think it's an important area that needs to be protected and developed, and I think we need to keep the parking the way it is. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Green, 135 Beach Ridge Road. I'll make it short and sweet. lack of anything better to say, I'm afraid I would ask you to either put this on the table for now so that it can be fully considered, because I don't believe it has been up to now. There are a great many, as this young lady pointed out with her picture here, options available. Why do we want to go down the street and take away what we already have when we could actually make what we have even better? That I think a lot of avenues were missed down there with their recommendations. And to say that we have a parking lot 2.5 blocks up and that ought to be good enough, I don't buy that, okay? We paid very dearly for those parking spaces. Why do we want to turn around and give them up right down there in front of the water? I don't see any need of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Foley Ferguson, Scarborough. I had the privilege of living at Higgins Beach when I was first married, and it was the first place in Scarborough that I lived. And I got to know the people there, and I developed my love for the beach. And I want to read something to you that I read on the blog. Higgins Beach is one of our family's most treasured places. This is from someone who lives in Illinois. I even have a print of it in my office in Evanston, Illinois, to remind me during the winter months. I don't think anyone should have a right to limit access. I specified that my ashes should be taken there someday. I think the council just really needs to consider that people have that strong of feelings, and I'm not kidding you. 95% of the people that I've spoken to are going to attend a public forum and speak against these proposals. This subsection is specifically about the 30 minutes, and I want to tell you that I walk my dogs 4 out of 7 days a week. I don't always go to Higgins. A lot of times, most of the time, actually, I'm at Ferry. It takes me at least 45 minutes to an hour to walk my dogs. 30 minutes is not enough time. So if we're specifically talking about that 30, it's crazy. It's hardly enough to do anything, really. But my love of the beach, also, one of the things is that I don't deny is that we all have ownership of the beach, that state funds were used to make the seawall. Federal funds were used for purchase of lands. Even the watershed study or the water study, I think there were federal funds used. So all of the taxpayers of the town, and even the community and region, have contributed to this community, and it is a vibrant community. Somebody said it before, but it's a vibrant community for all the people of the region, not just the Higgins Beach community. And so I would urge you to, again, think this more thoroughly through and allow for more vetting of information for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. May I have a motion?
I'll move approval of order number 10-104.
Second? Your second?
Second.
Oh,
Thank
sorry,
you.
I thought Mike did.
You mean the motion.
Council Hobart.
I think Mike. Huh?
You going to table?
Well, was.
Let him
Yes,
talk
table.
first.
But I wanted to have discussion on it before I moved to table it. I wasn't going to say table right now. I'll wait for that. I think, try to sum everything up here. I have been playing around with the idea about the Bayview, about introducing some parking. Town staff's been kind of looking at it, working on it, seeing what can and can't do down there. I am fully for tabling it. I think there's some more work that could be done with it. I think we should take the best of what came from the ad hoc committee to have some good things. But as we've heard over the last few weeks, there's some other potential opportunities here. 90% of the problems down at Higgins Beach have been enforcement. One of my, like the parking idea I had down at Bayview had to do with if we made some designated parking down there, whether that is on diagonal slants or parallel parking or whatever, could be an opportunity for some meters and some revenue to help pay for more enforcement down here. there's a lot of opportunities here. So, my motion to table would be just for the sole purpose of sending this to ordinance committee so it can really get worked out. I know, I'm all over the place trying to talk.
Ordinance committee should be fun.
Excuse me, Councilor Wood, but I just want to make one comment on behalf of the committee. That committee spent 12 meetings, sometimes 2 hours at a time, investigated every inch upside down and otherwise. The people that were on the committee were the ones that were placed on the committee because there were only 9 people who offered to be on the committee. So, I just really want to support the committee. They were the ones that were willing to stick their necks out. And I certainly can say that I've received more emails on the Higgins Beach issue than any issue I have ever received emails on in my 12 years on town council. But the committee did, work very hard and very diligently. So I just, make sure that everybody really hears that. They put every ounce of effort that they could into it, talked pros, cons. They made lots of recommendations. They made recommendations that were then set aside. They were considered but not, not recommended at this time. So, I just want to give them credit for really working hard, and it bothers me that everything's going to be moving to ordinance when it's kind of like reinventing the wheel. We've hashed it all out, gave the report, and certainly I think this council is bright enough to come up with some solutions to these. I've got some amendments that I would have liked to offer, but I needed to say that on behalf of that committee because they worked hard. Councilor Wood.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to it before. Looks like the energy to table to ordinance is probably going to prevail, but my understanding of the issues down at Higgins Beach go back, as all of you know, because everyone speaks so eloquently about how much they know about that area. I don't know why some people, though, insist that their experience at the beach is something that, I don't experience or know about. I mean, everybody loves the beach. Hence the reason we're here, talking about a parking issue, because everybody loves the beach. But as I understand it, this represents the third concerted effort by this town since 1980 to come up with some solution. And in each one of those reports, as I understand it, there was no parking on the street as a recommendation on each one of them. So if this committee doesn't resonate with you, then the 99 committee didn't resonate with you, or the 80 committee didn't resonate, but they all came up with the same solution, all recommendation. That's as I understand it. If someone wants to correct me, I'll be happy to be corrected.
You're absolutely right.
Okay. I looked at them. That's what it said. They weren't implemented. And part of the reasons why they weren't implemented, as I understand it, was because they also recommended that the town purchase a parking lot. So we go out there, all of you, or who reside in Scarborough, excuse me, go out there and others actually who don't reside in Scarborough may have donated, and we spend $600-something on a parking lot. And we're not done, because we haven't paved it, and we haven't put up the gates yet, and we haven't put up the bathhouse, or whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, it's going to be like $1 million investment, I would think. So, in my view, if we keep the parking as it is today, if you will, that are we not exploiting that new resource that we just purchased? Are we not trying to fill that new resource up? Because my feedback that I've gotten from folks that live down there is that the parking lot is often not full, quite often not full, but the streets are full. The streets have a lot of issues with cars parking on both sides of Bayview, up and down Ocean, and yet the parking lot isn't full. I've been told that Acorn Lane, on both sides of Acorn Lane, is bumper to bumper parked cars, and the parking lot is not full. And the reason for that, I've been told, is because people don't want to pay the money that it costs to park at the parking lot. So why not invest in a state-of-the-art parking lot, a facility that can accommodate folks at a price that they can see themselves paying, maybe even free from the first 1 or 2 hours, and relieve some of the issues going on the street. I don't know why that doesn't seem to makes sense to maybe more than a few. But I am troubled with spending that much money of the town's money, and I've never heard anybody talk about the parking lot. Nobody talked about the parking lot.
That isn't
No.
the topic.
Excuse me, point of order. Excuse me, point of order. Once there is a motion on the table, it's council discussion. I'm sorry. It's a hot issue. I know.
My point is that nobody seemed to be interested in how the parking lot plays a role in the parking issues as it relates to the street. I think they're related. I think they're intrinsic to each other.
But we,
All right.
on committee, could not venture to that point.
Oh, no, I don't mean the parking lot like the pitch of the roof and the color of the shingles and whether it be asphalt or gravel. I'm not talking about the site plan for the parking lot. I'm talking about the parking lot as a resource and as it relates to the issues on the street. I'm sorry if I was misunderstood. I'm not talking about that. Of course, that's not the agenda. So, I'm sorry if I sound frustrated. Maybe it's part because it's 11:15, but at the same time for you folks too. I understand that. But there's been a lot of time, a lot of effort, not over just the last 9 or several months, by several well-intentioned people who are hardly disingenuous, I might say. Disingenuous. But also committees before that are trying to find a solution for all the fine folks that love to go down to Higgins Beach and enjoy that resource, and also allow for some level and standard of quality of life for the neighborhood. I've seen the pictures, and they are, not complimentary. And just because we've had this conversation in another part of town, just because there's been no accident doesn't mean it's safe. I'll never subscribe to that philosophy. There's no way anyone can convince me you're going to show me an unsafe situation, and someone's going to say it's not unsafe because there's no accident yet. Doesn't make any sense to me. So we need to go somewhere on this. And if the council's energy is towards putting back on the ordinance, I know how we're going to end up. You're going to end up doing this. And I don't know. I just don't foresee any progress. So, and one final point is Higgins Beach. A lot of folks have said Higgins Beach, we should make that the same as the other beaches. But I think Higgins Beach is unique. I think it's unique. It's not Pine Point. It's not Scarborough Beach. It's got this thing they call surf. And it attracts a unique group of folks that the other beaches do not attract. And hence, there are many, I don't know why I can't have a conversation on this subject without getting that feedback. I shouldn't be offending people. People who go to Higgins Beach for surfing will not go to Pine Point for surfing or Scarborough Beach, right? Predominantly.
This isn't a debate between.
Point of order.
Okay, so anyway, I'll conclude by just saying I support this order. And I would be prepared to vote in favor of this order now. I would like to offer an amendment. I think 30 minutes is a little short. It should be, more time. But again, my thinking is that we should move towards restricting on-street Higgins Beach parking and work towards filling up that parking lot at every opportunity that we can.
Yeah, and I have some amendments that I would like to offer too, that might ameliorate things. I think we need to try something and monitor it. You don't know what's going to work until you give it a chance, and we've been going back and forth on do nothing, do this. Either we try something and see how it works, or stop pumping the town money into that area, I guess. I don't know. Councilor Alquist.
I just wanted to thank the committee and the work that they did. I think there's people out there who said they didn't like how the committee came out, so they'd like to go back and form another committee and do it again. What's that about? You're going to keep having a committee until you get what you want? I don't think that's quite fair. I think they worked very hard. They had something like 14 meetings, and they put a lot of time and energy into it. So for me, it's frustrating to hear that, man, we don't like the committee, what they come up with, so let's get a committee and we'll load it up this time. That doesn't make sense to me. The other part of this is enforcement. I think enforcement down there has been terrible, and all due respect, Chief, I just think it has. I think, if emergency vehicle can't get down those streets, let's just tow them. Let's not give them a ticket. Let's get them out of there. And we got to make it safe. We got to make it safe. It's our responsibility to do that. I personally think 30 minutes is a little too short. I'd like to see it, somebody's got an amendment, I think, someplace floating around to make that longer. I think that's a good idea. Take somebody 45 minutes to walk their dogs, you make it an hour, then they get plenty of time. So I don't know what the amendments are, but I would like to see this move forward. It's been debated many times. It's been the committee. They've done a lot of hard work, so I don't want to see this just be tabled just to put it off. That doesn't make sense to me.
Council DeAndrea.
Yeah. Well, I would like to motion to table, to send it back to the ordinance committee to look at options that were not looked at while the committee met. And I'm not saying the committee didn't work hard. I'm saying I think there were some missed opportunities there.
I'll second. If that was your motion, I'll
Yes.
second.
The motion to table to,
All those in favor? Opposed?
Motion fails.
Okay, so continued discussion.
Well, somebody's got an amendment they want to...
I would like to move an amendment, because I was there on the committee, and I agree with people, 30 minutes isn't enough time. I think, I'm 67, I'm walking slower, it might take me a little longer to walk. Two things that I wanted to see happen down there is, one, by at least monitoring and timing this parking, more people have the advantage. That was one of the key things. And so, one, I will say the amendment in a moment, but increase the time to an hour.
I like that.
To increase the frequency to year-round, with the hour only tagged to the in-season. In other words, I would move that we allow parking on Bayview in the designated areas, which we do have to designate, on a year-round basis with a time limit of 1 hour during the summer season. My reason for the amendment is that, you don't know what's going to work until you try something, and perhaps later I'll offer the date, a review date, once we've gone through a season. So, that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. Councilor Wood.
Madam Chair, so you're saying that the time limit would be applicable, 60 minutes is your suggestion, and that would be applicable from April 1 to October 1?
Correct.
And then after October 1, it would be unlimited time on those same designated areas?
Right. Because there are days down there where 1 or 2 cars might come, and there are days that 8 or 10 might be there. But, yeah, and Glennis is saying out there to me 40. I think on a cold January day when the surf is high, lots of people aren't going to stay 10 hours or 5 hours or 4 hours, but anyway. So, I just, throwing that out. Here, Councilor Raincourt.
I understand the comments on the vote not to table, but this is some of the information that I think we need to look at more carefully. I personally don't think 60 minutes is enough. I had the pleasure of getting a tour on Sunday, and there are a number of issues on Bayview that I think still haven't been addressed, that we need to address. The signage, the banning of the parking where we have already banned it for the emergency vehicles to get by. Those are enforcement. There are just so many things that I really don't feel that personally I can do justice at 11:25 at night to partake of this. So I'm going to, since the council is unwilling to table this to the ordinance committee, I'm asking that we at least table this to the next meeting as the first item on our agenda, so that I can actually give it my full thought process to complete.
I think that probably would be appropriate, and I would encourage you to go back to the packet with the report from the committee and look at the matrix and the information that's there, because a lot of the data or questions that you might have might very well be answered by that information. At least I hope it would.
I need a second, though.
I'll second.
Excuse me, this is the second time I wanted
Richard.
to be in the discussion, and
I'm
you
sorry,
took
Richard.
and tabled it.
I'm new at this, you know.
No, I'm saying,
But I didn't realize that, Richard, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you in any way.
No, I'm not offended.
You're just tired
It
like
comes
everybody
hard.
else.
It
yeah.
comes hard. I second the motion on the amendment for discussion. That my biggest issue with it is the enforcement aspect. We're going to put, I don't care what time limit you put on the parking space, who's going to police that? I mean, who's going to police it if you're there an hour or you're there 3 hours? I don't think we have the resources to even police it. I think we have the resources to when I was called to go down and look at the chaos down there, which was totally ridiculous, the way people were parked all over the place. And I understand the frustration of the Higgins Beach, the property owners down there, absolutely. Somehow we've got to come to a consensus of how to solve this problem, because I'm at this friction there between people that want to use the beach and homeowners. And this comment probably isn't, I got to make it now because this is going to end quick, I think. When I get a phone call from somebody, it infuriates me about this denying access to the beach. When I was on the council 2 years ago, when the parking lot issue come up for the town to purchase it, the town, there was no doubt, we met in executive session and we took the lead on buying this parking lot. If we didn't buy, and I want the media to know this, if we didn't buy this parking lot, there were people waiting there to buy this lot to put 2 houses on, okay, and it's over. There'd be no parking lots. But we took the lead, we went out and lined up the funds with state and federal and bought this parking lot on, and I echo Councilor Wood's comments. There was a reason why we bought it, and for people out there in the public to say that Scarborough is restricting access to the beach is totally false. And I get tired of hearing it. I mean, calls, people from Cape Elizabeth and Portland calling me and telling me this, and I'm like, it's all false. We don't want to deny access to the beach. We want to enhance it. But we have to come to some sort of consensus to try to make people that want to use the beach happy and the residents happy. They're taxpayers too. That's the end of my comments.
And just, and I might respond, how do we enforce it? During the summer
I
season,
understand that, yeah.
there is the police officer on the bicycle there.
Off-season, I'm talking
Okay.
about. I should have made myself clear on that.
My motion that's on the table is not limiting time or anything, so
No, it's
I
enhancing
put to
time,
the
right?
off-season, so you
Yeah.
wouldn't need policing at that point.
Right. Okay.
So I'm moving my motion to table to the first item on the agenda at the December 15th meeting.
I'll second.
I'm renewing that motion.
I can't think straight. We need to go home.
No debate.
All those in favor? We have one more item, but we need to perhaps make a motion to
Actually, we
table
have
the
two more
remainder of
items.
the agenda? Or do we want to go with the Robbie's?
What did I get stuck?
You want me to read?
You want me to move to table to the next meeting,
Yeah,
106?
let's just.
106, we just accepted, though,
No,
right? I
we
mean,
didn't. 105 we were on, Ronnie.
Before it went to back to ordinance.
Yeah, read
Order number
105, we'll do the same thing
10-105,
with it.
act to implement the recommendation of the Higgins Beach Ad Hoc Parking Committee concerning the existing
I mean 104, I'm sorry.
Richard.
parking spaces on Greenwood Ave adjacent to the Higgins Beach Inn. The town manager is authorized to negotiate a license
I'll move
agreement
to
with the
table to the first item on the next meeting.
Order 10105 was the next order, and there has been a motion to table to the next council
December
meeting. It's
15th
seconded
meeting.
by Council DeAndrea. All those in favor?
Okay.
Okay.
Order number 10.
Opposed?
Good boy.
Who opposed?
Mike.
Mike.
Order number 10-106 is act on the request from the police chief to accept two donations, $1,000 from Piper Shores to be used toward the purchase of Light for Life flashlights, and $1,000 from the South Portland Lions Club to be used to fund youth programs.
Chief Moulton, would you like to speak to
Yeah,
that issue?
come on up there.
No,
No.
he likes light.
All right.
Boy, I bet he's glad he was on the end of the agenda.
Good news?
I'm hoping that this is the one issue tonight that won't be controversial.
No debate.
One never can tell.
Count on that.
We have two donations that have come our way. One was from Piper Shores, wanted to make a donation in the area of $1,000, and at the same time that they were making that request, is that better? We had a request from officers to replace the flashlights in the cars because they develop a memory, and we have a lot of problems with them because of the use that they get and so forth. And there was a new light that had come out by 511. It's a tactical company that supplies a lot of our equipment. And it's the light completely recharges in 90 seconds, doesn't develop any battery memory like the regular rechargeable batteries. No parts. It's all done with capacitors and so forth. No bulbs because they use LEDs. Lifetime warranty on the flashlight. And at about the same time, 511 was offering a 20% off on all their equipment. So it all kind of fell together, made sense, and we went ahead and bought the flashlights. And Piper Shores has provided the check to reimburse that if it's accepted.
Great.
And the other one was for the South Portland Lions Club does a thing every year, Trekking for Kids event, which raises funds for Camp Sunshine and local police departments' youth programs. And they donated $1,000 with the only stipulation that it be used for DARE, Explore, or Officer Friendly, or some type of youth program.
Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Move approval.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thanks,
Is there a
Chief.
second?
Second.
All those in favor of accepting money?
Woo-hoo. We'll take it.
Unanimous. Okay.
Order 10-107 is act on the council committee liaison appointments as recommended by town council chair.
Uh-oh. I don't know what I did with those now. Okay. The appointments list that you received, I would like to amend those. One, or make the following corrections. On the Finance Committee, move the position of chair to Councilor Alquist.
You don't
Yeah, he wanted to be chair.
It's a coup.
Yeah, he cried loud.
I also, there were two committees that we missed. One was the Eastern Trail, and I was wondering whether Councilor DeAndrea might be interested in that. Eastern Trail Alliance
Sure.
liaison. And the other is the Chamber of Commerce, which I will do myself. And Councilor Alquist also asked, or preferred not to be on COG.
Right.
So Councilor Wood and I will share those two positions. So,
either the Executive Council or General Assembly. He doesn't want either one.
He does not want either one.
Right.
What about the community services one?
Oh, yeah, there was a community, does community service still have
service.
a liaison? Does Counselor Sullivan wanted to be on that if there was, there is
We
none?
appointed staff liaison for that.
Okay.
What was that again?
Order number department head is the liaison.
Other than that, are there any other corrections that you, requests that you would have?
Yeah, I don't want to be on zoning board of appeals.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Mike will be on it,
Okay.
he said.
I'm not the sole person responsible for this list. Mr. Counselor Wood did the list with me, so he takes half the...
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
With those corrections, could I have a motion to accept these appointments?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you.
Motion
Yeah, well, these
Yeah, man, yeah.
standing committees, is there anything outstanding that anybody needs to report? Town manager, are there
Just one-
important points?
One very important point, we held the first half, I guess, of the public forum for the smart meters. We have scheduled the second half for Tuesday, December 14th at 7 PM here in these chambers. So we will start tomorrow morning putting out the word, but I thought I guess start this evening.
And I want to say that Tom moderated with Kevin Freeman and both did an outstanding job, and it started at 7 and ended only because, it ended about, what?
About this
About 12
time.
o'clock.
Yep.
So, well done.
Thank you.
Any major council comments that need to be made? Could I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?